Hello. How's it going? I accidentally went live, but I wanted to still set up something, but like I guess I went live now. Oops, I need to change the title still. Fuck, man. Oopsie daisy. Why did I say oopsie daisy? I feel American, man. Hold up. Watching the entire maliszewski video by b1rch while playing lulw and opening gacha packs every 20 minutes. That sounds like a dream. Fever dream. Let me quickly change my profile because that YouTube profile, that YouTube thing is not me. That is my little brother's. Some music in there. It's gonna be the craziest fucking stream of all time. This is not it here. Wait a second. We need to maliszewski b1rch. I'm so fucking ready.
Eventually won.
I have not watched it. I haven't watched it. Alright, it begins right here. Let's go. I think I will probably mute the game or like put it very, very quietly at like 3%. And honestly, let's begin. I don't have anything else except we need to quickly open the packs. I have 10 packs every 20 minutes. I'm gonna be making a timer every 20 minutes. Let's see. We need this. We got a shiny. Which is the shiny? Javi Wall. Right. I wanna try and maybe find myself because it says like 210. It's like the people have like 210. I have 375, so I should be able to get myself right. I got another shiny. Am I even live right now? I didn't even check. Hold up. Hello there. Hello. Yeah, right. Okay. Continue. We got another shiny. What are the chances of a shiny, by the way? A lot of epics. Nice profile picture, Mr. Egger. Was that Skytian? I know that guy from like the YouTube video from BTMC to going to COE. Another shiny. Holy shit. Alright. Let's make a timer quickly. Let's go for 18 minutes. Right here. We will be back in 20 minutes. Bake this down. Okay, continue. Yeah, ready. Are we ready? Should be like this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Fear.
Oh, I'm so excited.
One of the strongest emotions.
I put it off for so long. 3 weeks.
Interesting thing about it is that although it can appear in seemingly different situations, like fearing the unknown in the dark or facing an intimidating opponent, the way fear is felt in those two situations is the same. Fear also often comes with the feeling of pressure, and there's no bigger commonplace for both of these feelings than tournaments.
I already
Osu is most often
know this is gonna be peak editing.
Way, picking your own maps, pace, and difficulty aspects, there's an even more niche side of Osu competition that often isn't credited as much as it should: tournaments. There is a monumental difference between playing solo and against someone, because instead of you being able to grind out a map until you get a score you want, you have to perform right then and there. So besides needing to be good at the game, you also have to have good nerve control, learn skill sets you previously ignored, and just
multitasking,
challenge
GG.
yourself. and
Ja, danke,
hope
verlieren.
that your opponent will be having a bad day. For these and many other reasons, not every top player will also be a top tournament performer. Therefore, to an unassuming onlooker, it might not be easy to identify the best OSU tournament player. Or is that so? Because
Badges.
in recent years, whenever the conversation surrounding the best OSU tournament players arises, one name will never not be mentioned:
maliszewski.
Maliszewski. Whenever you look at someone's OSU profile, you see their top scores and their bio that no one ever reads. But players that have been skilled enough to win or place highly in prestigious tournaments have the honors of displaying those performances in the form of a tournament badge. And since really only one person or team can earn a tournament badge per specific position, possessing even just one is not a common achievement. But if you were to take a quick look at Maliszewski's profile, you would immediately understand why he's the most feared OSU player. OSU is one of the most recognized rhythm games in the world. Although you might have not played it, you've very likely seen someone play it or a streamer react to it. More often the term aim trainer gets mixed into the same sentence as OSU, but that is the furthest thing from the truth. Not only because many of the players use a drawing tablet, but also the game is more about rhythm and reading rather than the three-dimensional aim and position training. The game's core mechanics date all the way back to its infancy in 2007. The game was far simpler back then. You just had maps and you were able to play them. No custom skins or even modifications to change the game. However, to diversify the game, both of these features would be created and added to the game. Even though skins are an interesting topic to discuss, the more important aspect to cover are mods. They can make the map you play harder, easier, or give you a completely different approach to playing the game itself. And there are some key mods that you should be aware of, like Hard Rock. As the name implies, the mod makes the map you're playing harder. The circles become smaller, the approach rate is much quicker, and the timing window is decreased. So not only aiming is harder, but also achieving higher accuracy is harder. Then there's double time. As the name implies, it makes the map faster, but by 1.5 times and not actually 2 times.
SS. There will be a lot of them today.
That it makes everything faster. Circles appear and disappear faster, and the timing window becomes shorter because of it.
Make the track a bit bigger.
One of these mods, or both of them, are combined with the mod Hidden. This mod only eliminates the approach circles and makes the circles themselves disappear shortly before you have to hit them.
Farblich die Hard Rock Cross Team Moscow. I could try, but there's like higher approach rate. So I don't know.
This combination makes every aspect of a map's difficulty the hardest it can possibly be. Even the top players rarely utilize it, as it is one of the hardest things to master, and different players specialize in different mods and mod combinations. Not often do you see well-versed players who can play all combinations at the highest level. That's why someone being an impressive tournament player is a different kind of impressiveness. But there wasn't such a thing as a tournament player up until 2010. The first officially recognized and hosted OSU tournament was unveiled. Although this was exclusive to Japanese players only, it is an important point in OSU history, as it introduced a different form of competition.
Did you show today? No, only yesterday.
Badges. Badges are a unique kind of honor a player can receive.
I had like PEs
Even
today.
Nowadays, winning a tournament that is recognized to where you can receive one is not an easy feat, and this was 2010. However, this tournament would inspire other community members to create quite possibly the most important annual OSU event, the OSU World Cup. The OSU World Cup is the most prestigious event a player and his team can participate and potentially win.
Are you gonna watch a 4-hour video and play also at the same time tomorrow? It's low star It's low star rating. It should be quite easy.
Well, that's it.
I do it all the time.
Adopt the much more preferred double elimination format where there is a loser's bracket. But for the first 3 iterations, this was not the case. Although the presentation, format, and just the general gist is a far cry from what it would become even a couple of years later, it was quite successful. It would inspire other community members to create their own tournaments. These would typically be reserved for specific countries or regions, like the OSU China Winter Tournament. And many more OSU tournaments would spawn over the years, and if we sat here and went over
the last 5 minutes watched,
there would be too many.
He explained hidden double time hard rock, and not many top players utilize it. but like I didn't pay attention to like the last minute.
But another
Because
important thing
you are
about tournaments
also like
are
saying
map
something.
pools. In the earlier years of the Osu World Cup, there
I will
was just a
surely not
playlist
like
that was
know
played
anything
through,
by the
and
end.
the best team on each map got a point until one of them
210
won.
first turn
And
here.
all of these maps were played with no mods. However, nowadays there is a map pool, which has 5 different categories: no mod, hidden, hard rock, double time, free mod, and the tiebreaker.
The vast majority of tournaments that you'll see will have map pools with either 5 or 6 categories: no mod, hidden, hard rock, DT, and tiebreaker.
Of course, I will not like pay full
Some
attention.
tournaments will have free mod.
Like that's
Most 1v1
sure.
tournaments will not. Most team tournaments will. No mod is just that you play without any mods. Usually Score V2 and no fail are enabled because no fail has a 1x multiplier on Score V2, so you can just have no fail on, prevents team fails from happening within the multiplayer lobby, and that's the case across all of these maps. You'll have usually an aim map, a base extreme map, and then a speed map. Usually that's no mod 5. It can vary nowadays. We're kind of moving away, especially in more high-level tournaments and large open rank tournaments, moving away a lot from having specific types of maps ascribed to specific spots within the map pool, and then make sure that generally the skill sets are balanced and we don't care where they end up. In hidden, you'll usually get the same thing. You'll get a kind of more awkward aim map, you'll get a low AR reading map, and then you'll get some kind of maybe flow aim, tech, something like that for the third one. In hard rock, you'll usually have an aim map, a precision map, so something with a circle size CS 6.5 or greater after hard rock. And then usually for the third one, you'll have, again, like tech or alt or flow aim or finger control as the third hard rock pick. DT, you're going to get a similar thing. You're going to get DT aim, so usually a farmier map, DT speed stamina, burst map, and then something else. Kind of doesn't really matter. It depends on what's in the rest of the pool. Free mod will have a similar layout, usually an awkward aim map, usually
Mouse easy. Let's go.
CS5 and AR8 map to be balanced between hard rock and hidden for those mods.
My next
And
pulls
then
are
usually
in 9
something
minutes,
else. It depends what's in the rest of the pool.
so look out for that.
And then your tiebreaker, which usually attempts to balance as many skill sets as possible within the same map, and sometimes doesn't attempt to do that and just has.
I wanna pull myself as well.
Targeting, but with a lot of
I should be in there.
secondary skill sets introduced within. A good example of that is a lot of tournaments for a long time used kind of DMB maps as their tiebreakers. So these 5-minute burst maps with lots of aim, a little bit of slider tech, a little bit of finger control, kind of all mixed in. That's a great example of something that's mostly aim, but has a lot of other stuff going on in it.
It is important to note that there are tournaments that play around with the rules surrounding free mod and the mods that you can use, but those aren't necessary to outline here. So for now, we jump to the year 2018. At the time, an unknown 10-year-old Polish kid would receive his own laptop. And since for the last 2 years he has been wanting to play a rhythm game he saw on YouTube, he would install it as quickly as possible. He would also make an account and be known as maliszewski. Okay, it is important to mention that he originally went by the alias of Ristel, but I will be primarily referring to him as maliszewski. The hype for the game that he built up for himself over the previous years would come into fruition, as he would pour in thousands of plays within the first months of playing the game, finding an instant liking towards it. The combination of his grinding and immense fond over the game allowed him to climb to the top 1000 within his first year of playing the game.
And KPP
Top
1000.
1000 at 11 years old? What do you mean? Already from the beginning, it was obvious that he had a special knack for the game. During these earlier days, he primarily focused on double time jump maps, his top plays being the likes of Chikado Chica Chica, Quaver, and Last Goodbye, which were very common maps players farmed during the 2019 era of the game. But what is farming and what is PP? Well, the way that players are ranked in the game is based on the performance points system. Performance points are granted for plays on ranked maps. There are also loved maps and unranked maps, which give no PP. These values are based on the map's difficulty and which mods you use to increase or decrease said difficulty. And each player has a total or raw PP which is used to rank them, the sum of which is based on a player's 100 highest PP plays, which are weighted. Meaning, if your top play is worth 100 PP, it adds 100 to your raw count.
I played some Taiko yet today.
The
Nice.
100th highest play
Taiko is the second best game out.
Just 1 PP to your
Then comes
raw
Catch
count.
and then Mania at
Hence
the end.
the term weighted. Although understanding how values are calculated on each map is relatively complicated, even for the developers.
New top lane?
My
Nice.
general senses is that
You
if
should
a map is
play my
harder,
top lane
it will be
in
worth
Taiko.
more.
It's easy
Now,
100.
Yes,
And also
there are
vivid.
many exceptions to this rule, but those will be outlined later when needed. But for now, what is important to keep in mind is that the more, the better. So that's a quick rundown on how PP works and why it's important for the game. Although his improvement was definitely far above the average, there wasn't yet anything that would make him stand out. And this grinding would also slow down after the summer of 2019. And while Maliszewski takes his break, we should look at one important community figure during this time, b1rch.
Nice maliszewski video. And we are talking about b1rch.
If you were to ask someone who is the best player at the time, while some would blurt out names like didnt, Flying Tuna, or Shigetora, the largest majority
Der ist
say
er,
b1rch,
dieser Reisesser.
because not only had he shown
I ate
great
rice today,
dominance
like
over the
20 minutes
game's
ago.
leaderboard, his tournament side was equally strong, if not the strongest anyone possessed at the time. From his tournament debut in 2017 to 2019, he had yet to lose a single one in which he participated in. Didn't matter if it was a team-based one, and especially didn't matter if it was a 1v1 tournament. He had won against some of the best players the game had to offer, often with just a couple of map losses. He simply couldn't lose. And it was primarily because there weren't many skill sets that b1rch wasn't one of the best at or couldn't play at all. He had proven countless times that he was in a league above any other player with both his tournament and solo performances. After all, he was the first person to break the 1000 PP barrier with his famous play on Tsukinami, quite possibly the most important barrier that was broken in the game. And many, and I mean many of his scores were so far ahead of their time that only in recent years have players matched or outclassed them. One score in particular that I want to point out is his FC on Freedom Dive Universe difficulty with Hard Rock. This is not only the only FC with Hard Rock on the map, but also the only full combo on the map, period. In nearly 6 years of the score existing, no one has even FC'd the map with no mods. If it isn't clear enough, b1rch was truly the king of Osu during that time. But unfortunately for b1rch fans, he would slowly start drifting away from the public eye, until he would eventually go great, meaning that he hadn't logged on to the game in over a month. Though, as he would dwindle away, Maliszewski would come to light once and for all. He would fully come back to the game in the month of August, quickly de-rust and get back to his old antics by setting a new top play on Sotark Start Again, getting his first 700 PP play. And with this new top play and him coming back, he went from rank 400 all the way up to top 140. This comeback and improvement gave him new motivation to try out different avenues of the game. Tournaments. With the turn of the new year 2021, Maliszewski, at the time still going by the alias Ristel, signed up to his very first tournament, NIC's Winter Cup 2021. And for a first-time tournament appearance, this would be an insanely challenging one, as other participants included half of the United States OWC team, which at the time was an unstoppable force, and other strong faces like Flying Tuna, Zudinator, and Skydiver. Although the streams haven't been archived, we can still see the stats of these face-offs, which overall were insane.
KG will come back, surely.
His first opponent was Skydiver, who he would push to tiebreaker. But unfortunately, Skydiver had the upper hand, sending Maliszewski into the loser's bracket. There, Maliszewski would also not get a break as he was matched up against Zudinator, one of the most consistent players at the time. And similarly to the matchup against Skydiver, Maliszewski was able to push the match to tiebreaker. But even though Maliszewski had the accuracy advantage, Zudinator had secured a combo lead, winning the matchup and pushing Maliszewski out of the tournament. Although Maliszewski lost the first matchup and then the next winning the loser's bracket, tournaments are never as black and white as they may seem. For a first-time appearance, he put up an incredible performance, being able to push two incredibly decorated tournament players to tiebreaker. And this alone was already a sign that he could champion over some of the game's best. But that time wouldn't come yet. He would take another shot at a tournament, this time participating in the perennial The Perennial is one of the only other S-tier tournaments besides OWC, but unlike next Winter Cup, this was a 4v4 team-based tournament, and Maliszewski would team up with some very prominent players at the time, like Rapis, Mystia, Hallow Watcher, and 4 others, and their team would qualify as the number 5 seed, and they would sweep their 2 upper bracket matches, losing just a single map in the process. However, their next opponent was the number 4 seed P-Model.
Before we see what P-Model did, we need to pull some packs. We need to pull some packs. Every 20 minutes, right? Alright. 9 packs. Let's see. Let's get it. Let's get it. I don't know any of them. I'm gonna try for like to see like rare like ratings or like people I could possibly know. I think I know Elysian. It's a mapper, right? Beat maps. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Oh no! It's Fariot maps. Where's this guy? 5k. Also. 5k, what did he do? Half playtime. Playing since 2009. Okay, maybe just like old top player. I see. 6 years ago, 8 years ago, probably that. 10 years ago, yeah, they were pretty good at this game. Alright, next. Nothing. Simon 12 looks like very like what's it called? I think I know that name, but probably not the one I'm thinking about. Who's b1rch? Mapper. Alright. Let's see. Taiko Mapper. Nice. Alright. Next map. Next pack. S-Joy. What? Lol, I loved S-Joy. Holy shit. S-Joy is a good one. I like this one. Can I favorite it? Yeah. Can I cannot. 2009. I was 1 year old, man. Yes, really. This is the mapper. I know this one. From Temptation. Yeah. Temptation and the other one I'm thinking about. Not here, I guess. No. Okay. Also, a shiny was there. Neptune is a good name. Houston, lol. I know favorite artist, right? Yeah. From what's it called? That one like jump map. And the last one. Full uncommon. Also shiny rare. Let's go. I pulled 3, okay, nice. Look at my collection right here. I got 3 legendaries already. Got a couple epics. I have no idea who Superco is. 2k followers, never heard of them before. We have Nyrex, I didn't even see that when they do that. Yep. Alright, we do another, what's it called? Another timer for 19 minutes. And we continue.
Their team was also very strong, featuring former and current OWC Team USA players, and unfortunately they were too strong for Maliszewski and his team, being sent to the losers bracket. In the losers bracket, they were supposed to face off AR11 didnt, a team with some of the most known players in the game, like b1rch, Whitecat, and wulw. The matchup would have been interesting, and emphasis on would. Maliszewski's team would unfortunately forfeit the match, ending up in the 9th place, which, considering there were a total of 32 teams, was not too shabby. But this would be nothing compared to the performance in the 3-digit World Cup. I did previously cover the OSU World Cup and how trivial it is. However, it is typically reserved for the best players from each country. But there are smaller versions of this tournament, like the 6-digit, 5-digit, 4-digit, and 3-digit World Cups. And because Maliszewski had great improvement, he joined his country's team for the 3-digit World Cup, qualifying as the number 3 seed. However, the competition was very fierce, as Poland would win 6-5 against France, but then they would get sent into the losers bracket by the country-less team. They would catch a short break, winning against Sweden 7-1, but the break would end with that, as the following two matches were neck and neck, with Poland winning in the tiebreaker against both China and Brazil.
And of this sliver of map that is left, and that is going to be the win on tiebreaker for Poland, 7-6 versus Brazil. They will advance into the top 4 and get their chance at top 3 in the losers bracket semifinals.
Their next opponent would be a familiar one, as they would face the countryless team, though this time it would be a different story. And a big reason why Poland was outperforming the opposing side was because of Maliszewski. When it came to hard rock, and especially nomad maps, Maliszewski would literally perform
How can you
no
be
one else,
countryless?
as he was the top performer 7 out of the 9 total maps played, showing that he was a star player. And they would win in an even more dominant fashion against the USA, with Maliszewski once again putting up high caliber performances.
This is just putting an exclamation mark on this map from both of those, or on this match from both of those players. What a showing. Are they going to make it through the ending? Both of them going to make it? It's, oh, Ristel finally breaks, but
I don't
Foya,
even care. He wasn't even
gonna,
see what is
he does
happening.
it. That is how you win a match right there if you're Poland. Men. Foya Star with the FC 98 accuracy too.
But then came the grand finals, where Poland would have to face Taiwan. This would be Poland's toughest match, not just because Taiwan was the #1 seed, but also because of the pressure of being in the grand finals. However, a prodigy like Maliszewski would not succumb to this pressure. Right out of the gate, he would once again perform like no one else. Even when Poland didn't get a point, Maliszewski was still oftentimes the best performer in the lobby. But with both teams having very strong rosters, they would fight until they'd reach the tiebreaker.
Two breaks as well. Zane with the 240 combo into the end. It's enough. Is it enough? It's enough. What just happened to the score?
The score just shot 200,000 over. What?
I don't know what we just witnessed, but the score went over to Taiwan by like 200,000 points in a matter of seconds.
Instantly.
The first quarter of the tiebreaker was in favor of the Poles, but very soon Taiwan would catch up.
But we're going to get right back into the squares, and it's going to be Foya Star to find a miss for Poland here. So 2 combos to what is now 3 for Taiwan. They're finally starting to gain a grip on this map a little bit here. Nobody finds a break. Taiwan has massive combo advantage.
There goes Wolf, and he falls apart on the 324 gone as well. It's a full combo reset once again. Zane and Ristel, no, it's just Ristel. He doesn't have enough score to build up on his own, though.
It's going to be close.
Is there enough time here for Foya Stara to try and bring back some of his score?
It's over 100k.
Don't
I don't think the density's high enough. It's still just at 80k now. It's not closing fast enough. But there's a slow section at the ending.
Oh, it's a break from all of them. It's a full reset. It's over.
They lost.
That's going to do it. That's going to do it. That was the last gasp hope for Poland, and I don't know if it would have been enough anyway, but it's going to be Taiwan. It's going to be Taiwan taking it 7-6 in a tiebreaker, 100,000 points. Your victors of 3-digit World Cup 2021.
We all love everyone.
Team Taiwan. What a match.
In the end, with all of Poland's efforts, Taiwan would take the crown. But although Maliszewski and his team would not receive the win and a badge, the performance of Maliszewski put him on the radar for up-and-coming tournament players, and he would continue in his journey to show the world what he is made of.
Plenty in the dock, let's go.
But to gain some sort of wins for himself,
I mean, he was like
he would continue to
also one of the best tournament players now.
DT aim-oriented maps like Team Magma, Anime Ban, and Snow Halation. But he would also diversify his top play catalog by FCing Flying Out to the Sky, a no-mod aim-oriented map which is over 4 minutes long, requiring very proper consistency. But even more notably, he would FC Truth Ironies, The Secret Lyrics, a map with one of the worst types of difficulty spikes, the ones being at the very end. However, this didn't deter a player like Maliszewski, who would not only be able to full combo the map, but also be the first one to do so. With these scores, he would dart into the top 100, ending up in the number 77 position. So with his continuous improvement, he would sign up to an S-tier 1v1 tournament. Corsairs closed. It is the most stacked 1v1 tournament there is in the community, so for someone like Maliszewski, this was a very big deal. and his improvement was definitely noticeable as he qualified as the number 15 player. And once again, his first matchup wouldn't be an easy feat as he was paired up against Arnold 24x24. Although once again the replays for these matches aren't archived, we can see that the match was really close as both players would trade points back to back, eventually getting to tiebreak. For maliszewski, this was an all too familiar position. But unlike in Nick's Winter Cup, this time maliszewski had his A game and won the tiebreaker to continue on, and his next opponent would be an even tougher matchup as he was faced up against b1rch, who not only qualified as the number 2 player in the tournament, but was also the best Polish tournament player at the time. However, the resulting matchup was not what one would expect. Nearly nothing that was thrown at the players would slow maliszewski down, eventually winning the matchup 6-2. And the same momentum was seemingly present in the beginning of the next match, where maliszewski would face intercambing. They would trade maps getting to 2-2, but intercambing's tournament experience would prevail as he would take the following 4 maps in a row, sending maliszewski into the losers brackets. In there, his first opponent was b1rch, and although this might seem like an easy match since haha b1rch bad, and the fact that maliszewski would take the first 4 maps in a row, b1rch decided to put himself into the 6th gear and pushed the match to tiebreaker. But maliszewski did not want to repeat what happened in Nick's Winter Cup.
But it looks like score lead is actually increasing in jump points. He slider breaks on the jump. b1rch with 400 combo can actually take this at the end of the map. Is it going to be enough? At the very end, it's still 10k. He's dropping so many slider ends.
It's not enough.
But although he'd seemingly take a step forward, at the same time he would take one back. Because due to scheduling issues, he unfortunately couldn't play against Takedo, forfeiting the match in the end and ending the tournament in the 7th to 8th position. And although this is how the tournament ended, this improvement compared to Nick's Winter Cup was
Hello, Konati. Thanks for the raid.
This was one of the tournaments that helped kind of continue his rise as an up-and-coming player. Pretty good.
Hope you're doing well.
nnamqahc, and I think was the point in time where a lot of people probably started paying more attention to him as an up-and-coming tournament player. He wasn't the, ridiculously strong player that we know him as now, but it was a point in time where a lot of people had started paying much more attention to him as an up-and-comer.
So as he was inching closer and closer to a podium finish, he would take another shot at it in Mercenary Shop 3. Now the way the team formation worked in this tournament was quite unique. 16 players
Finally
were
can watch
handpicked
this.
to be captains of
I've been
their
putting
own
it off for like
teams.
3 weeks.
And how did they pick players? Via an
It's 4 hours.
Let me explain. Each captain had a budget of 12,000 cash. A random player was chosen through a bot, and then the team captains would bid on said player. And the captain who bid most would secure the player. Obviously, players who were more known would be pricier as they were more preferred. However, because of the limited budget, captains also had to play it smart. This is going to sound a bit weird, but Kingling would play it smart by bidding $2,000 for maliszewski. Alongside him, Kingling would also obtain Will Stetson. Yes, he's also a tournament player, not just the vocalist for your top play.
He's very good.
A couple of others. This auction setting allowed the teams
He's better
to be
than
much
me,
more
and I
diverse
thought
than
that just-
if the best players would make an OP team and make the tournament boring. Kingling's team would sweep the competition, getting all the way up to the grand finals. There, they'd face against the team 2-year-old Chopstick Prost. And this team is noteworthy for one reason: Utami. He was also an up-and-coming tournament player at the time, and here is where the rivalry would start, and their strengths would be shown, as although it was a close match, maliszewski
Should I make the
was
video
team
bigger?
lulw.
What do you think?
But luckily for them,
Or does that work?
Utami's team were coming from the losers bracket, so they had to win 2 sets instead of just 1. And unfortunately for 2-year-old
Nice, perfect.
Chopstick
Nice.
Prost, maliszewski and his team would wreck them 7-2. This wasn't just a tournament win. This was the first tournament maliszewski won, and his first tournament badge he would earn. But this tournament would also solidify the beginning of maliszewski's first major rival. And the two would meet again in August, as maliszewski and 7 other players would team up and sign up for Corsai's Open 2021. Corsai's Open, unlike Closed, is a 4v4 team-based tournament, and the biggest one, as it features a whopping 64 teams, and maliszewski's team would qualify as the number 3 seed. This in and of itself was an insane showcase of team skill and dynamic, being arguably the best team for tech maps, all of seeing the Nomad 3 map. And their number 3 placement was no fluke, as they would showcase their dominance in the upper bracket rounds. They would clean sweep both Misaka B-Hop and Chicha, and to enter the quarterfinals they would also push T-Pat Matt into the losers bracket. But these weren't really tough opponents for the team, as they were number 62, 30, and 14 seed respectively. So in the quarterfinals, they would face their first true opponent, the number 2 seed Donate Blinds. And on top of that, this tournament had something special. For a team to move on, they would have to win 2 sets instead of just 1. So this should be a pretty tough fight, right?
It'll be a close one. nnamqahc has continuously shown us that he has been an outstanding performer for lulw here, and he is going to have to kind of flex that here on this map if he. That's going to be it. I think that's it.
No, it's not.
nnamqahc has it. Look at that. nnamqahc and Crystal with the double full combo.
lulw won both sets, losing only a single map out of the 11 played. And out of all of those maps, maliszewski was his team's top performer 5 times, also getting 3 full combos. Full combos are one of the most impressive things a player can do in a tournament setting, as it not only requires insane consistency, but also an ability to perform to one's maximum in the given moment. So to FC even just 1, not to mention 3, is an incredible showcase of skill. And by this point, the team lulw had secured a top 3 finish, with the other 2 teams remaining being and Whispering Almond, their first opponent of the 2 being the latter. And they would unfortunately falter, not being able to scrape a single point, falling into the losers bracket where they had to face the team which featured familiar faces like Fiery Rage, Zudinator, White Cat, but especially a new enemy for maliszewski, maliszewski, the rank 1 player in the game and someone who had been showing amazing potential in tournaments. And on top of that, since these were the finals, it was no longer best of 3, but rather best of 5. So a minimum of 15 maps would be played. And unfortunately, maliszewski's team would be in a similar position as they were in the match against Whispering Almond. The team, was way too strong, winning all 3 sets in a row and letting lulw get just a single point. Although they would fall out of the tournament, maliszewski was able to show the world that he could compete and at times outclass the very best in the game. And on top of that, this secured maliszewski his 2nd tournament badge, as the Corsace tournament is prestigious enough to wear the top 3
out of 80
tournament badge. But now with Corsace and tournaments off his mind, maliszewski would return to solo play, where he would return with not 1, but 2 new 800 PP plays. The first one on Sunglow, and just a day later one on Necrophantasia. These 800s and a couple of other 700s pushed maliszewski into the top 50, also becoming the number 3 Polish player, only bested by Gnachos and Rafis. But although that is what the PP leaderboard said, maliszewski wanted to prove otherwise. When I said tournaments were off his mind, I was kind of lying. You see, alongside Corsace Open, he was also participating in the Polish Masters tournament, where 64 of the best Polish players participated. So from August to October, maliszewski made quick do against every single opponent he faced. Those included Rebella, Squarem, Tatris, Marek Marucha, and Larox PL. He played a total of 31 maps and won 27, only losing 2 maps to both Marek and Squarem. And although it might seem ironic considering his top plays, but his losses were on double time maps. The difference between the DT plays he had in solo play to what is played in tournaments is very stark. In tournaments there is a much greater focus on speed, finger control and stamina, which unfortunately maliszewski wasn't as comfortable with, but even that didn't stop him from outclassing any Polish player. Even his next one, which was Mastash, who he would sweep 6-2. However, in the grand finals he would have to face his toughest opponent yet, b1rch. If you recall from earlier, he was still arguably the best Polish tournament player, which he would continue to solidify in the same tournament by besting players like Wobblefulf and Mastash in the losers bracket, where he had a very similar performance to what maliszewski did prior, winning 8-2. And when they would face off, the sentiment was as to be expected. The 2 players would trade points, getting to 4-4. But in that moment something clicked to maliszewski, as he would put the match in a stalemate and win the following 3 maps in a row, closing out the tournament entirely. This win solidified maliszewski as the best Polish tourney player, and also granted him 800 Polish zloty, which is roughly $200 US. So if he's now one of the best tournament players in his country, where can he showcase this the best?
Internationally. World Cup.
As we discussed before, the OSU World Cup is the most sought-after event in OSU every single year. Being able to participate in it is also not an easy feat, as not only do you have to be one of the best in your nation, but also your nation has to be one of the best. And although Poland possesses some of the game's best with the likes of Rafis, lulw, b1rch,
Why is
and
Poland so
maliszewski,
good? It's actually
their
like
performances
so
often
crazy.
leave a lot to be desired. But now with a new face, maybe Poland has a shot at recreating their 2017 run. Their first match was against the Czech Republic, which they predictably devoured. In this match, maliszewski was able to show just why he was the perfect fit for the team. He was the top performer in 3 out of the 6 maps played, and managing to get a full combo on 4, only being beaten on DT maps where they had Rafis. Similarly, in their match against Sweden, maliszewski would be the top performer in 6 of the 8 maps both teams played. And the cherry on top here is that in every single map where Poland lost, maliszewski was still the best performer not just on his team, but the entire lobby. So his crowning as the best Polish tournament player was definitely something that was being proven as true map after map.
This video is
But
just
then
like
they would face
maliszewski
Germany. The German
glaze.
OWC team is nothing
He loves
to
them
scoff at.
for like 4
In
hours.
the prior years, they were proving themselves as more than capable
like it
to
though.
compete against the very best countries, as they finished 3rd in 2018, 4th in 2019, and most notably 2nd in the previous year's iteration. And in 2021, they seemed stronger than ever before, qualifying as the number 3 seed. And although Poland fought hard, especially maliszewski, Germany's overall performance was too strong, sending the Poles into the losers bracket where they'd have to face Romania.
I wish that was the
although
case,
Romania
again.
qualified as the number 15 seed, do not let that number fool you.
Germany come
as
back
they
one
were
day.
able to perform well on Poland's level, taking the match to 4-3 in their favor. And unfortunately, the Romanians would put themselves into overdrive, as they would win every single following map, pushing Poland out of the tournament completely.
It's going to Romania, just about. Romania have done it. 7k. 7k.
7,000 points.
I mean, maliszewski is like top 50 in
gone.
ranked score anyway.
Even with
He's
maliszewski's
crazy.
incredible performance, the OWC is a team-based tournament, and not a one-man show-off. Although their team finished in the 9th to 12th place bracket, a big reason why they managed to get many points was maliszewski. In round of 32 and 16, maliszewski was the 12th best individual performer, but that is not all. In quarterfinals, he swept the competition and was the best player in terms of produced scores. So for a first-time appearance on arguably the biggest OSU stage, this was nothing to scoff at. And so he would continue what we now can call the maliszewski tradition, where he goes from performing insanely in tournaments and translate that into solo play as well. In late 2021, the Zexar PP rework hit the game. A PP rework, as the name suggests, a sort of an update to the system that rates how much a play is worth. With this iteration, A maps were heavily targeted, and considering the large majority of maliszewski's top plays were aim-oriented maps, he was affected heavily and his rank fell back to 70. But this change seemingly gave maliszewski an idea, and that was to diversify his top plays. He would achieve this by playing longer and more stream and stamina oriented maps. Those
What a
include
gold.
a hidden Hard Rock FC on Benzo, which was the second ever hidden
Oh.
Hard Rock FC on the map, a hidden FC on Angry Fur sniping White Cat, and most notably, he got hidden scores on the 2
Man
hardest
spent life while
glories.
watching this dog, let's
The first
go.
one on Rivens, which was his top play at 836 BP, and the other one on the Dokitos. At the time, Dokitos Yomiuri was one of, if not the most cursed map. For over 4 years since the map had been ranked, no one had FC'd it.
How can it be? Anyways, let's open some packs. Alright, 10. Let's go. I'm excited. No, nothing of them. I don't know any of them. I'm familiar with the Atsorko the Killer. Yeah, I'm on the also alternative Discord. I've been like ever so slightly like getting closer, like getting more known recently, at least in the community. Oh, Pandus, let's go. I know this guy from the b1rch video, so like he's also like a top like tourney player. He's pretty good at the game. That's a good one. Next pack. Master, ooh, a shiny. By Uruguay. Number 1 in Uruguay. Let's go. That's a good one. Uwu. That's a good name. Oh, we got 3 shinies! We got 3 shinies in a row, what the fuck? In 1 pack. That's crazy. Oh, Majore. I love Majore. I love the mapping. Is he a mapper? I believe he's a mapper. No. I know this guy. Definitely like familiar. Interesting place for sure. And last pack. This is Uma Musume, right? Oops. Ooh, he is also in the method. In my clan as well. I'm in this as well. Our brains are way. A good one. Anyways, continuing. I'm making another timer for 19 minutes. Give me a second. Right.
There were players like White Cat and Red Cat, lol.
I don't play for assess though.
200 and 400 combo of FC.
So that's the thing.
But most famously, and one of the most ahead of its time scores came from Kokizi.
I got 5,000.
Kokizi is the Osu player.
But that's not on purpose.
He break barriers that almost
So
no one came
I don't
close
feel
to,
like fitting
but
there.
he broke them years before anyone else. Probably the most famous case for this was his first 800 PP play on Freedom Dive with Hidden Hard Rock, with the second 800 being set by b1rch, who we did cover a couple of chapters ago. In fact, both of these players had incredible scores on the map, with b1rch having the highest accuracy run, and Kokizi having the only notable hidden run at the time. But maliszewski managed to get the new best hidden score, getting a 1 miss run with nearly 3,000 combo. It already is one thing to get a good run on this map, but putting on hidden is a completely different game, and maliszewski being able to snipe Kokizi's hidden score was definitely a statement.
Hidden
Disaster.
is a
How's it going?
comfort test. Hidden essentially puts you on the spot and says, are your habits the correct habits?
There are 2
Are you
difficulties
reading
of
properly?
Yami
Are you
Yori, by
aiming
the way.
properly? Are you
got Bubble Man.
making sure you're aiming every circle and not just moving your cursor through circles? Stuff like that. Are you aiming each pattern as it's mapped, or are you just simplifying everything down to its moving in a curve around a corner, for instance? So I think playing maps with hidden is just a test of how comfortable you are with that sort of map and your basic fundamentals when you play that sort of map. Are they correct or not?
To cap off the year, maliszewski was back in the top 50, had secured a total of 3 tournament badges, and became the best Polish tournament player. But the first 2 achievements I mentioned were child's play compared to what he would do in the following year. To begin the year,
I love how
maliszewski
he
would
always
continue
like
to farm.
hooks me to
Although
continue
at the time,
playing
some
and
players
like
were able
watching.
to set 1200s, that kind of prowess wasn't present in Poland.
And then he
that
did
was
that.
interesting,
No
as
way.
Throughout Osu history, Poland has been known
You
as
will
a
not know what
powerhouse
he
in
did
those
next.
areas, with the likes of
I love that he does
Wolf
that
and Ravens.
constantly.
Yet there was only a single 900 that no longer even existed because of PP reworks.
Oh.
So there was a race for the first Polish 900, and the first person to get close was Mustache, with his fail on Udo with Hard Rock on the very last stream. But to avenge that and uplift Poland's legacy, maliszewski would get his first and Poland's 900 on Gekiai no Yobigoe. And he wouldn't stop there. He would get another 900 by trolling Redcat and sniping his #1 score on Midnight Madness just a day after Redcat tweeted this: "If someone snipes this with hidden, I'm going to lose my mind." With these scores, maliszewski would also enter the top 20 ranks on the global leaderboards. So in under a month,
a good
he
one.
went from rank 44 to 18. Showcasing that he's not only a beast in tournaments, but also in leaderboard climbing. This placement is especially impressive considering the maps he played. So with this, it was time for him to take revenge. You might remember he played in a little tournament called Nick's Winter Cup back in 2021. Well, this year there was a new iteration of it, and maliszewski wanted to showcase his tournament improvement. And although the previous year he qualified as the very humble number 22 seed, in this year's rendition, he was number 1. And this placement was no fluke either. As we've established, maliszewski had become a player you could no longer ignore. He would get to the quarterfinals by winning against didnt, I Am a Burger Fox, and Crystal, only losing a single map, showing no mercy. And in the quarterfinals, he'd meet a familiar face, that being Arnold. And this time, maliszewski would best him 6-3 and move to the semifinals. But unlike in the last however many 1v1 matches, maliszewski would lose, and the player who bested him was a Kolibet. Although the battle was close and both players put up stellar performances, getting to tiebreaker, Okolibet was just having a better day, pushing maliszewski into the losers bracket, and his next opponent was a quite poetic one, Zudinator.
Oh.
If you recall, back in Winter Cup 2021, Zudinator was the very first opponent that maliszewski faced, unfortunately losing in the tiebreaker. However, this year, maliszewski had risen to a level never seen before. They simply were no longer a match, especially on DT picks, on which maliszewski didn't get a score lower than 900,000 points, with 1.2 million being the highest possible. And he would finally climb out the losers bracket and get to the grand finals by besting b1rch. But there, he would have to face the very same player that sent him to said bracket, Okolibet. Not only did he have to face the only player who beat him this tournament, but if maliszewski wanted to win, he had to win 2 matches. This was because of the double elimination format. So judging by their previous face-off, it should be a really close game, right? Something clicked with maliszewski, whether it be the change in map pool that favored him more this time, or that he just had a better day. Maliszewski won the tournament, which in the previous year he won none of the matches he played. There is something so beautiful about a player's growth like this, seeing them not only improve but devour the same players who bested them before, especially if it's in the same type of tournament.
And at the time I didn't know who he was in 2021,
Zudinator.
but
Ban me please in your chat.
It must have been when he was kind of nnamqahc, and I got beat. And I remember thinking, who the hell's nnamqahc? And then people were like, oh, it's Ristal. I'm like, who the hell's Ristal? That's when maliszewski era kind of came, and I kind of became aware, like, wow, this is actually, he's getting better and better. Like, I was seeing
what did he do?
He was getting better and better.
And to celebrate this victory,
I was drunk, and I accidentally was a racist in Dress to Impress Roblox. In her lobby.
he would continue his tradition and take a shot at the map Euphoria.
I mean, I don't forgive myself.
Very well-known map.
It
It
happens.
It's challenging, but it possesses
stupid.
nearly every streamlined skill. Those include streams, jumps,
Okay.
and heavy.
Okay. Accidentally, because there was like a character, there was like one topic. It was like some like a very colorful something. You had to do like dress up very colorfully, and the one person had like skin tone like pitch black. And that like I accidentally I said why black. I said this message, and then I got banned. Happens.
Amounts of aim control. On top of that, almost every single section is incredibly long and stamina draining, so you need very proper consistency. Combine all that with nerves and you have one of the best maps to test one's skill. But since we know how diverse and consistent maliszewski is with all of those skills,
Why big
you
black?
become the third person ever to full combo the map. In a similar fashion, he would secure 2 new tournament badges by winning the Osu Battle Royale 5 tournament, in which there were 16 lobbies with 16 players who battled map after map until only 4.
I kinda wanna check, am I still banned in to this set? Zudinator Twitch. Am I still banned? Yep. Yeah, banned. GG.
Players were left who'd move on. The new lobbies were created where the same thing happened, and this happened until there was just 1 player left, and that was obviously maliszewski. The other tournament badge was from the Pandemonium tournament, a regional tournament where only the best from Europe, North America, South America, and Asia would move to not only show that they're the best in their region, but in the entire world. From the European region arose maliszewski. From North America, it was Utami. From Asia, it was Karcher, and from South America, it was Arnold. Maliszewski first had to face Karcher, against whom he'd win 7-3. And in the grand finals, Maliszewski had to face Utami, a very familiar enemy. But there was nothing stopping Maliszewski, as he would take down Utami in a very convincing 7-3.
No, just trying to miss. He has this now. Oh! He had one chance to come back into this, but just like that, it slips through his fingers. The sheer of utter dominance of maliszewski
Kid called Finger.
will be the one coming out on top.
Utami falls on Hidden 1. maliszewski is the winner.
So by now it should be clear that in a tournament setting, there was no player like maliszewski. He was just way too consistent at a way too high of a level. With this in mind, team-based tournaments aren't as simple. Individual performances are important.
By the way, the Xudi thing was like 2 years ago or like 3 years ago
So
at
how
this
does
point.
one go about making
I was
a team
14
which
when I
can
wrote
perform
that.
at the highest level on any kind of map?
Don't wanna excuse myself though.
To say that maliszewski and his team was stacked would be far too correct. They filled every single possible skill set that could show up. Streams,
I have never watched that
DT, finger control.
I've never watched this video, by the way, by Digital Hypno, right?
Possible skill set that could
It's like
show
an
up.
hour long.
Streams,
Never watched
tech,
it. I maybe
DT,
should.
Finger control and reading.
Will you share Emmerich is better than Malice?
The only team with
They're
such
like
a
very
stack.
tight.
Teams very
Emmerich is
and
bad some
Eldupa
at some things, and
occupy a
Malice is
very
better at
similar
that. But
standing.
Malice is bad at
So it
something,
wasn't
and
yet
Emmerich
clear
is
who would
better at
win.
that.
I mean,
They're
that's
like
not the
very
point of a
tight.
tournament. Maliszewski's team would make things do quickly and get to the semi-finals where they'd face Eldupa.
Yep.
I am quickly skipping over the previous matches because, like, come on. But they would also face their first roadblock, losing Matthew, as he was banned from tournaments for 6 months because of throwing. But in the match against Eldupa, the teams would stay head-to-head, taking the match 4-3 and then 5-4. However, Microwave Lobster was too fierce.
With just a sliver of map
He
left,
flew up.
there is not enough time, there is not enough combo, and there is not enough score left in this map. Taking the map and taking top
really
2.
close.
Moving into the grand finals, they had the winner's advantage. Any team they'd face would have to win 2 sets, while they only had to win 1. The team Very Cool would prove to reign over Eldupa and move out of the loser's bracket
cool.
to face Microwave Lobster in the grand finals. But this time, Microwave Lobster would get a taste of their own medicine and lose the first set 3-7.
Well, oh god, everyone breaks at this ending section right here. Yeah, that is a difficult part right there, but that's going to solidify it with all the breaks in there. The damage has been done, and that is
Why do White
hand-fought
Kids
with
teams
the
have so
strength of
ass
Microwave
names?
Lobster at this point,
Who
very
knows?
cool, proving to be the better overall roster for most of these picks that they had, and that is it.
Unfortunately, the team Very Cool was just a tad bit sharper, but it wasn't over yet. Because of the double elimination format, Microwave Lobster had another shot at winning, and this time, they will not let that chance slide.
Ever so slightly ahead, and there goes Taquito's combo, there goes the hopes for Very Cool, and there goes first place to Microwave Lobster.
The Microwave Lobster as a team have pulled through in this bracket
Very
reset
cool,
match,
was too cool.
and they have come back,
True.
and they are your champions.
They flipped the score.
I'm not really a
and took
tournament
the
watcher,
crown.
so this is a
And
great video.
Maliszewski's performance was like
I like
no
it a
one
lot.
else's. I especially want to point out his performance on Yugure 1 Room, which was the free mod 3 pick. Free mod means that in a team, players must choose to use either hidden, hard rock, or hidden hard rock. It is very uncommon for a player to choose hidden hard rock, but Maliszewski did. And of course, he FC'd the map, which was also
Aura.
a 700 PP
Giga
play
chat.
in a tournament match. This grand performance earned the team a tournament badge and a whopping $2,221. Obviously, the money was split between the players. At least, I'd assume it was. Getting money for performances in tournaments is nothing unknown to any decent-sized gaming community and other forms of competition. Although Osu isn't the biggest game, it still has a very active and a very supportive community, which allows for tournaments to even have budgets for prize pools. I mean, even in the early days, the Osu World Cup didn't have a prize pool, just badges and Osu supporter. So it's very nice seeing how the game has evolved up to this point. Not only are there other tournaments besides just the Osu World Cup, but you can also earn at the very least something if you're skilled enough. But what if someone wanted to increase the stakes? If you've been around the streaming, YouTube, and gaming scene for long enough, you've definitely heard the name Moist Critical.
Definitely has to be like intriguing, like Grand Finals COE, then I actually maybe watch it.
Osu stuff, playing maps, then with some top
my god,
players, and also
Penguin
watching some
Z0.
of Osu's most famous
Voice critical.
videos. And because he took a liking to the game, he decided to host the
My god.
biggest 1v1 tournament
Yeah.
up to that point in 2021. The
Not
Dredge
EU time
Tournament,
zone friendly,
with a
yeah,
prize pool
true.
of $10,000. Unfortunately, back then, Maliszewski wasn't able to qualify for the tournament, but lucky for him, in 2021, Penguin Zero would host yet another Osu tournament, Charlie's Perfect Math Class. It was the same 1v1 tournament and with the same $10,000 prize pool. Maliszewski would qualify for the tournament and was put into the same group with b1rch, Reedcat, and nnamqahc. And from every single group, only 2 people would continue on. One player would be sent into the upper brackets and the other one immediately into the losers bracket. Maliszewski would come out on top in his group, taking care of every single player. And he would continue and face intercambing, someone who he hadn't met in a one-on-one setting in a very long time. And Maliszewski wanted to take revenge. And by that I mean he won 5-0. Moving further, he would have to face b1rch, one of the major enemies Maliszewski had. He would take quick care of him as well, winning 5-1. But it is important to mention that some of the players in this tournament weren't playing from their home setups,
Oh, round table.
as they were participating in the Round Table, an in-person tournament hosted by none other than BTMC, the face of Osu as some might call. It was another 1v1 $10,000 tournament where players were handpicked to participate. And although many of the game's best were picked, Maliszewski wasn't one of them. But for now that's all you need to know, because this tournament may or may not come up later. The next player Maliszewski
wonder
would
why.
face would be Utami, another familiar face
I
and
wonder
another
why.
player that was also in the Roundtable event. Their matchup was the first close one Maliszewski had. Both players were neck and neck on a myriad of maps, with Utami besting Maliszewski on primarily higher BPM stuff. But whether it was Utami focusing more on the Roundtable and or not playing at his home setup, Maliszewski would not let Utami breathe and pushed him into the losers bracket.
And he's going to keep missing. I'm not too sure if it's enough quite yet. It might need to be a bit more than that.
Yeah, I think he's gonna hold on to this. Yep.
At this point, Maliszewski had guaranteed a top 2 finish. But what wasn't guaranteed was who he'd face up next. The primary suspects were Whitecat and Utami, both very prominent tournament figures. And since Utami wasn't playing at his home setup, it should have been a close battle between them. And if you placed a bet on either player, you were wrong. Jaconi, or as he was named during this time, lulw, was on an insane run in Charlie's Perfect Math Class. He was sent into the loser bracket in the very beginning of the tournament, where he pulled all the emergency plugs and went on a rampage. He beat lulw234, Karcher, b1rch, and also Whitecat, which was probably the most intense match of the entire tournament.
These patterns have caught so many players through this entire tournament so far. No, he's not able to.
That's gonna be it.
Whitecat is able to make it through that burst, and that might actually just decide the map entirely.
There's still the ending. Whitecat misses at the very start of the ending. There's still hope. There's still hope. He missed it more. Right now, b1rch looking to secure the point. Is he going to do it? Whitecat misses at the end. And b1rch top 3.
And in his next matchup, he faced Utami. And although each and every single match was nail-biting, he would eventually prevail as the better player in that match.
So loud.
Nice.
Nice.
Я топ-2? Что?
His own disbelief of how far he had gotten was not surprising at all. After all, there was a reason why people were comparing Utami to Vaxe in terms of tournament play. And to beat someone like that in one of the highest stakes tournament was not something that any other player could do. But Jaconi wasn't any other player. He was an underdog. And although, again, you could blame it on Utami not being on his home setup and his mind focusing more on the other tournament,
Gacha is dead? No.
Square. And so there was just one player left for Jaconi to beat.
I need to
and
check
sadly for Jaconi,
second.
that player would show no mercy.
Round 2, all the way here to grand finals. He played so well earlier today and earned himself the top 2 spot, but Maliszewski is just too good. 2 full combos out of the first 3
Almost top
maps,
50 on
and
this
then
map.
Still able to pull off really solid.
You guys should play
scores
this.
on these last
It's quite
2 and
easy.
Close it out
For top
cleanly.
50
Such
maybe.
A good performance from Ristel in this matchup.
Oh, that's Leon.
Maliszewski won 5-1.
Anyways, we need to... Exactly, I know. I need to see if... does it work? It works for me, I guess. Let's see. Oh, boy! Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. I like that pack. Thank you, also gacha. Fackel, good name. Almost like torch in Minecraft. There's a shiny right there. Oh, open pack. Hello. A shiny is 1 in 50, I see. Oh, is it that? What the fuck is this? This is also gacha. There was like a Reddit post recently. Also gacha. It died for me too. Yeah, GG. Unable to load your account. Refresh the page. Clear cookies or something. Does it work? There was like a Reddit post recently by also Skill. Let me post it to you. Basically, Skill also made like also gacha game based off follower count now live. So you can pull packs, and it depends on like the amount of like followers you have. So like the number 1 most followed person is like Reno, I believe, like the bot, and that would be number 1. Then number 2 would be like I believe Shige. That would be number 2, then number 3, number 4, and continuing so on until I believe the top 10 most like followed people, which are like the least is like 150 followers. So I should be technically also be in here since I have 300 or nearly 400. Yeah, it just went down. GG. Alright, tell me when it gets back. Tell me when it gets back.
A near clean sweep, winning on quite possibly the biggest stage he had ever been and earning not just a tournament
I just lost all my
but
cards.
also $4,500. Currently, this is still the
that
biggest
doesn't work
sum
for
that
me.
a player has
That
earned
doesn't
from
happen
a
to me.
single tournament, and he ties this achievement with b1rch, the previous year's Most Critical Tournaments winner, where b1rch earned the same sum. And now, since Maliszewski
There also
has
goes
been able
Winter
to
Ride
beat some
for
of the
rating
game's
these maps.
best in a
Ooh.
one-on-one situation, a
Hate to see it
question
happen.
arose. How would he pair up
Hope it
against
returns.
b1rch? Well, that question wouldn't be answered just yet. It was very common for b1rch to disappear without a trace or a proper explanation, and during this time period, he was nowhere
Winter
to be
Ride?
seen.
For
So
rating beat maps?
Maliszewski was still reigning as the unofficial king of tournaments.
Hope it
And so
returns.
he would continue the year by winning a myriad of tournaments, most notably Kanyo Cup 3, a 4v4 tournament
like a
where
battering,
he
right?
once again faced Utami, though in a team setting. Maliszewski and his team still won
What is
against
that?
them in subsequent.
What is that? Oh. I was playing this map and I decided to actually start this project. What is this map? Oh, right. What is this map? Is it like rated based off like what? Like recent comments and stuff? I see. Dude, this guy is commenting so much. Interesting. A beatmap rating platform for Osu. Charts. Let's see. 4.16. I see. So this is, I guess, like one of the most rated best maps, I guess. What's the worst rated map? I just scroll down. Number 200, let's see. No. The first rated or like the best or like worst rated? Lists. Yeah. What are you asking? Like what is the best rated map on here? OR the Flood has only 3.9 rating? What? You guys suck. And 4.1? 4? 3.9? Depreciator 3.6. What the fuck? This is the best. These are some of the best maps. The one at the top, is it really the best? It's not, right? It only has like the most. Not even. This has 277. It's like it's not the best rated map for sure. Yeah, I don't use the site anyway. It's the best overall. I see.
Consequently, the entire tournament. Then him and Hades paired up to participate in the Finnish
Let's continue
World
though.
Cup. No, maliszewski didn't become Finnish as the tournament required just one of the players to be Finnish. Obviously, they qualified as the #1 seed and finished the tournament in a very convincing fashion. But one surprising tournament finish was his and his team's finish in Corsai's Open 2022. Now, to explain why their finish was surprising, we first should look at their roster. Maliszewski, Utami, I'm a Fancy Lad, Rectagon, and many more top-tier players. What even is this lineup? Well, it's definitely a lineup almost no one could beat. Almost.
Oh, Triller and maliszewski.
It was very predictable that they would quickly take care of the lower ranked seeds, but besides that they also clean swept the team who qualified as the #4 seed, and so they would get into the semifinals with just a single map loss. But then came the team Goofy lulw. Their team consisted of players like maliszewski, Whitecat, Zudinator, Henry, and most notably in this tournament, Kriller. Although an incredible roster, one of their players, maliszewski, wasn't present for this match. And although they fought a hard battle, the absence of one of their best players in their team did weigh on them, ultimately losing and being sent into the losers bracket. However, they would climb out and face them once again. But this time,
it has to be Whitecat.
An even harder match, as due to the double elimination format, they would have to win 2 sets. But someone was back, and would unite with Kriller to avenge their past doings.
Kriller just looking like the beast he was yesterday, performing like a monster on the weekend here. It is still going to be the win for Goofy here. A 3-0 start in the grand finals. Do have some combo. Kriller is going to match the combo from Fancy Lad, but there is still score lead. Oh my god. Wait, everybody's gone.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Hold on to your hats. It's not enough. The map's over. I forgot it ended that quick.
maliszewski and Kriller hold. That's a 4-way break for Whispering Almond. We're going to bracket reset.
Oh.
Goofy taking the first set 7-4. FCs for Kriller and maliszewski on this map. Goofy will out.
But again, this would not be the end of the match, as Goofy had to win another set. And both teams would perform to a level we often don't see.
I have no words right now to explain what is going on. This is incredible. And that means only one thing, Dio. Say it again. Kriller is a quarter of the way through. Off he goes.
5, and only a very few select players can truly put together high combos on maps like this. Combo through multiple different sections of the same map with those different skill sets involved, and Kriller is showing you a master class in how to do so right now, still holding on to 1400 combo, and it is everyone dropping the combos with nothing to take advantage for Whispering Almond. It is safe to call at this point, with only this last slider aim bursty intensive section left in the map.
What a match. What a tournament. It is done.
In the end, Whispering Almond was unfortunately bested in the tiebreaker, as Kriller decided to put himself into the 6th gear and toppled the entire lobby.
He's, I don't know, maybe like a dark horse. Like, people know he's good, but when he shows up, he's even better than people think, right? So he's one of those players.
Kriller is so good.
He saved us on that tiebreaker. Like, we won because of him, basically. And my mouth was open watching.
Kriller need more Deutsch.
I was getting so
Germany
excited.
needs more players.
I had to unmute early and say, "Yippee! Like we won! Thanks, Kriller!" And Fire just telling me to be quiet.
Yeah, I know.
I was
racist.
So excited though. He really saved us there.
Although unfortunate for Maliszewski and his team, this does show one thing, and it's that you can never predict an outcome of a tournament until it happens. But, as per tradition, Maliszewski would return to solo play.
Of course. Dude, I am not racist. I am not racist. I was drunk, I was stupid, I was young. I do not forgive myself. I'm totally fine if she says like, yeah, no. Totally fine.
He would get the first
But like still, it was 3 years ago, like something like that. 2 or 3.
Fixing his prior choke and showcasing one of the best consistencies with the hidden mod in the game, as Yomiuri was quite possibly one of the
I'm not playing Tiger
hardest
Yamato.
stream maps at the time. And even to
This
this
is
day,
no star
no one
rating
else
stream.
would succeed the map with hidden. But as per usual, he wouldn't end it there, because he would play Kimi no Kyoku, one of the best maps to showcase raw speed finger control, and would achieve the pinnacle achievement in solo play, the 1000 PP play.
Oh my god, Kimi Kiriko. I mean, I could play it, but like, I wanna watch this video and play low star, not Tiger Yamato. I will not play a single map above 2 stars today, before mods. So if it's
Getting a high
DT,
accuracy play on a
3
map
star,
like that of
that's
Kimi no
acceptable.
Kyoku is
Like
already
2 star.
impressive enough. But getting a 1k is even more so, as you need to have at least 99% ACC to get that, which on this map is something that only 2 other players did. One of them was maliszewski, the literal best player in the game, and the other one being Mathy, quite possibly the best speed finger control
I love
player
his
in the
reaction.
game.
Mathy's
And with
reaction
plays
to
such
him
as
of seeing
these,
that
he,
is
without a
the
doubt,
best.
showcased to the entire world that in terms of stamina, consistency, and finger control, there is no
Nice
one
one.
quite like him, both on a tournament stage and in the comfort of solo play. Also, not to mention that this was Poland's very first 1000 PP play ever. No nerfs from reworks, no nothing like that. The first ever, period. And right off this hot streak of insane tournament performances and plays, the biggest OSU annual tournament was just around the corner, and is the best place for someone like maliszewski to showcase his skills. OSU World Cup 2022. Unlike many of the previous year's iterations, for the first time there was genuine hope. What kind of hope, you may ask? Well, for the United States to be dethroned. Ever since 2015, the United States were an unstoppable force, winning every single iteration of the tournament. Besides 2017, where they were bested by none other than Poland. And how poetic it is that this year, the 2 top qualifying teams were the 2017 grand finalists. And besides those 2 teams, others such as South Korea, Germany, and Canada were hot on their tails as well. And especially South Korea, who got a new team addition, that being Worst Hard Rock Player, a new potential enemy for maliszewski. But we'll get to him eventually.
Potential.
Poland would start off hot, easily taking care of Team Turkey, Brazil, and Russia. Their next opponent, who they recognized from the previous year's OWC, Germany, had some other things to say. Similar to Corsair's Open 2022, Kriller and Whitecat, and now Okinamo as well, were out for blood. With Kriller especially, as he was the top 2 performer in his team for almost every single map. And although Poland had the equivalent of Kriller with maliszewski, Germany was incredibly fierce and made Poland sit down.
But the end of the map is here, and the end of the line is here for Poland. They will be knocked down to loser's bracket in the upset win for Team Germany, 6-3 in the semifinals. A mispick from Poland at the end of the match, and Germany will once more, for the 3rd year in a row, secure themselves a spot in the winners' finals.
Obviously, this wasn't the end, as they fell into the losers bracket, and there they'd meet Canada. And although Canada had always been a consistent performer, making everyone think that Poland had no chance in winning,
Dio's gonna be the dissenter here because he feels the need to be, and he's gonna say it's because of Ristel.
Poland is
Y'all
definitely
really
better
put me
than
on the spot
Canada.
anyway.
However, no, it's Canada. I had
Before we get Twitter screenshot,
Poland would show just why they were the number 2 seed that year.
It's the accuracy advantage to
Yep.
Poland. It's a little bit of combo
2022.
lead to Poland, I think, but it's so tight. It's maybe 60 combo at most, but there goes BMG with the drop. Persian with the drop to follow. A couple of breaks from him. There's a chance for Poland to break. There goes Sudigator. That might have just lost it.
Oh my goodness, we're right at the end of
maliszewski
the
holds
map
on.
now.
That's it.
Oh my god.
Maliszewski
Oh my goodness.
breaks at the very end, but as if to
Me
put
too,
an
me too.
exclamation point on this match, as if to say, I am
So
the
satisfying.
dominant force in this World Cup. Maliszewski with another huge carry performance. 2 misses at the very end, be damned.
Taking down Canada in a 7-2 fashion definitely raised their confidence, but their next opponent would be a surprising one, the United States.
Oh.
It's a surprising one because for the
America.
first time in years, the United States were sent to the losers bracket, being sent there by South Korea. Gee, I wonder what
Me
happened
too.
there.
I like it.
So now, not only would Team Poland have to face their strongest opponent,
6-7.
Maliszewski had an inadvertent battle against Tutami, his strongest opponent. And so the remastered battle from 2017 was in full color.
To have to claw this back for the United States team now.
Mustache
Into the hardest
also
section.
breaking.
Everyone except Fancy on the United States team actually holding through that part, and this is going to, it's looking to be a United States point at the very end here, just off these combos from Bashi and Utami at the very end. But it doesn't seem like it is going to happen. Break point for the United States. Slight combo advantage on the side of the US. Sawada and Ypan trade breaks. It is Maliszewski and Fancy holding on to the FCs, but Rectigon with the supporting combo might just barely be enough to get the lead back, and it will be just barely enough.
Oh, but Sawada missed it!
Break at the end, oh my god! That break at the end just lost them 10k score and the point, just like that. 200k points of lead, and Rectigon misses immediately after a slow slider. Maliszewski, the only combo remaining, he
Close
needs
matches
to
are
get
so
map,
interesting.
And if he does, never mind.
He broke on the buzz slider. Is that real?
I think that
Too
was
real, too real.
unfortunately real map. The overall team score from the United States was better on this. He's not going to make up a 350k score gap. Crazy accuracy from him though, 99.8%. It's just that one slider break. This would be the confidence booster that the United States needs to really go into the grand finals weekend. Have a three-way FC on a map like this. Like, you know, sure, why not? That's the classic United States everyone knows and loves. And keeping the train rolling. The United States face off against Germany now.
Unfortunately for the Polish boys, the United States went on and continued their dominance, that throughout these years was only stopped by them. So repeating that was left for a later year. But on the bright side, this was Poland's best performance in years. As mentioned before, after their incredible victory in 2017, they had difficulties finding a footing in the later iterations. More often than not, it was because the rosters at the highest levels are way too challenging to topple, and combine that with unlucky seeding, the results don't paint the bigger picture. But a 4th place finish in what was arguably one of the most stacked OWCs in years is nothing to scoff at.
I mean, I think for a while they had not really had a reason to try hard, if that makes sense. They had good players, of course, but they didn't have a lot of players who would really push them to be extremely strong in OWC, and I think Maliszewski coming into the tournament scene is part of what helped push them forward again. You know, getting back into form, getting some players again who really helped with motivation, I feel, for their team. That's when I think they started really popping off.
And for Maliszewski, he was the top performer on his team in almost every single map. And comparing this statistic to Utami, they were tied. The reason why I am mentioning their individual stats from this tournament and putting them head to head is because this would be the last time they would see each other in a tournament for a very good while, as Utami would leave the community soon after. But that kind of worms is irrelevant for this video. To tally up 2022, Maliszewski was now sitting with a total of 17 tournament badges, gaining 14 of those in this year. On top of that, he was in the top 15 players on the PP leaderboard, finally securing a 1000 PP play.
It's very good so far.
Over 600 number 1 scores on maps,
might be the video of 2026.
Argued as the best
video
player in the game, with one person standing in the way of that title. Although Maliszewski was arguably one of the greatest tournament players at that time, if not the greatest, there was one phenom who he hadn't yet faced. Back when Vaxei was active and online, he was a force that no one
I
could
can
come
hear the
close to.
song
And
myself,
now
like
Maliszewski
very
had
very
essentially
quietly.
stolen that title from
But I
him,
mostly focus
as
on the
Vaxei
video.
was nowhere to be seen.
Just
Although
like
no
it's 1
doubt
star.
Maliszewski would be
Should be
more than
quite
willing
easy
to go up
without the
against
audio
him.
as well.
How can you go up against someone who is no longer there? But then again, there were bigger fish to fry.
If it's like 4 stars, then yeah, then I need some audio.
The Roundtable is a tournament hosted by BTMC, the face of Osu and the biggest content creator. As mentioned before, the first iteration was a massive success. And unfortunately, since the participants were handpicked, Maliszewski stood little chance against getting a spot there. But Roundtable 2 was a different story. Any player skilled enough had a chance to get a spot, they just needed to qualify. Didn't matter if you were from the USA, Poland, South Korea, Hong Kong, anyone could hypothetically qualify. But before the qualifications could begin, Maliszewski would set a tragic hidden FC choke on Because Maybe Part 3.
No. Oh, it's not a reverse choke. Still set low. Oh! Ouch!
This is a 17-minute marathon map that has only been FC'd once, and that being done by Vaxei. And Maliszewski came close to missing the map with Hidden, which would have been 1078 PP, and his second ever 1k PP.
All of these maps are 3 minutes long, by the way.
Honestly, would have been one of the most
1 minute.
diabolical 1ks to have. And so how would Maliszewski fare up against players like Zudinator, MCY4, and others in the Roundtable 2 qualifiers?
Is Sahaber like any famous? I don't know them. I'm sorry. First time seeing your name.
This sweep secured Maliszewski
What did you tell me to?
participate in the land part of the tournament. However, that wouldn't
You don't
be
wanna
until
know.
July. So
You
for
don't
now,
wanna
we will
know.
Put that away. In the meantime, he would win
Okay,
some
I can tell you, Utami was like, he's like good tournament player, the best, probably one of the best in like what's it called, in America. But then I believe he jacked off in a voice call with Minus when he was 17 himself.
other team-based
Yeah.
tournaments and some 1v1
At least that's what I know.
Most
There might be
notably
more.
the Pandemonium International
Then he
Showdown.
could.
The same 1v1 international tournament
And
he
he
won
still
last
plays,
year, this
but like
time winning
not
against
very
the likes
very
of
privately.
Gaming and MCY4. But major tournaments such as Scorsese,
Yeah.
Roundtable, and OWC were still on the come up. So there was time
He
for him to
was
set
very
some
stupid, but
undefeated
I believe
scores,
in
such as a
his
hidden
good change.
Hard Rock FC on Oshama Scramble.
Hope he's doing well.
Somehow getting 99.6% accuracy
And that he learns from
on a
his
map that
mistakes.
looks like this.
This was my top lane, by the way. My first 500, and then he got nerfed. Yeah, exactly.
I got no clue how he can just aim those sliders and not miss any slider runs. Not to mention that this is not just the highest hidden hard rock accuracy score, but the highest accuracy score out of any other one. And that stands true even today, over 2 years later. Having these types of plays as your top plays is something only Maliszewski did, at least at that level. But there was also a glooming cloud that was slowly approaching the Osu community. Although no one was looking up, Vaxei had always been staring down.
I mean, I frankly didn't do that. I might be a gooner, but like not to that extent.
On April 15th, 2023, Vaxei would boot up his stream for the first time in 14 months. Not only the greatest player was back and streaming, but also performing like the 14 months was just a mere 14 hours. To contextualize just how massive his return was, His stream garnered over 11,000 live viewers within the first couple of minutes, and within the first.
What if someone
24
jacked
hours
off to your
coming
stream?
back,
I mean, I would
he
like
managed
it.
to sight read
Someone
conversations
jacks off to
and
me,
getting
thinks I am pretty.
994 PV
Hell yeah.
play. With this kind
Don't
of
send me a picture,
performance,
though.
It truly looked like as if he never
Do
left.
not.
Not only did this moment cement another Vaxei comeback, this made a seemingly impossible event potentially real. A 1v1
Am I-
maliszewski and Vaxei.
I'm speaking the truth.
Although nothing was planned yet, and considering both players don't really speak out about much stuff, we would have to wait.
And the realest
For
one
only
in this
6
room.
days, because on April 21st, Osu All-Stars Twitter account,
And he
the
fucking
home of
right,
bounty
yeah.
publications and documentation. Yes,
Oh my god,
bounties
also-
are a real thing.
also
posted a
bounties, oh my
blurry
god.
image of some text. But since people still had Vaxei's comeback on their minds, they quickly figured out what the text read. And sure enough, a week later, a 1v1 show match between maliszewski and Vaxei was announced.
Fairly
Though
popular
the
back
match
then,
wouldn't happen for a month,
for
so
being
that
dude
both
with the
players could
shakiest aiming
properly
existence.
prepare and a
Ooh.
prize pool could
Do
be
you have like a
gathered.
YouTube video
And while
with
the
like
two
a
were
clip?
preparing and both setting
Send me it.
incredible
You
scores,
might watch
the
it
debate about
quickly.
who will win was really uncertain. In the past, people had asked the same question, and comparing poll results, although the tides had nearly neutralized, Vaxei still took the upper hand. Although likely because of his past shining brighter than maliszewski's
It's okay if it out.
this
Ooh,
match built up
I see,
hype
I see.
like no other
After
in
this
the
map.
past. Two arguably greatest tournament beasts the game had ever seen, facing up against one another, what more could one possibly ask for? And so after 1 month, $1,140 was raised for the winner to take home. And so, the match could begin.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else watching. Welcome to the much-awaited Vaxei versus maliszewski show match.
The gates would open with both players winning on their picks.
I think this was like the
twice,
point
with
where I
Vaxei
could say,
winning by
yeah, I
slightly
was
over
in this
1,000
community.
Spin to win!
Battle Spinner, it's a spin to win. Vaxei gonna
Oh
take it.
my god, it's
500 points. What?
It's 546 points, the margin of victory for Vaxei combo game.
The uncertain predictions were coming into full force as both players were performing to a level like no one else. Heading forward, maliszewski would win on his next pick as well, but the first tide would swing in the wrong direction. Vaxei decided to pick Hard Rock 2. With a type of map, he was probably one of the most comfortable out of everyone. Probably.
Score lead very, very small, still around that 20k mark. Any chain misses from either player at the end here could swing it entirely, but neither of them will miss, and it's going to be our first break point of the match. Over to maliszewski, 4-2, up against Vaxei now.
Maliszewski would take the first breakpoint and push the match even further to 4-2, and then even further to 5-2. Vaxei would, however, strike back, winning on his next pick to slowly start neutralizing.
Definitely broken. Just as a, just some of the score.
Quickly before he talks, let's watch some Parkinson's aim. 500,000. Dear Lord, what? How have I never seen this?
Oh, the death stream's gonna come. That's gonna be tough, man.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Holy shit!
That's the funniest shit ever, man.
It's 7 minutes. Oof. Let's watch the high points. Hello, Muser.
Yeah, that no lag fucking killed everything, man.
Incredible.
And I like.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my god. Okay, last one. Man of many nicknames.
Way too fast, actually. Oh,
Miku Air.
No wonder. Way too fast, actually. Oh, it's 280 BPM. No wonder.
Jesus. Wow. Anyways, moving on.
Course we had for the showcase for this. We're just crazy.
But let's not forget the opposing end.
And he's gonna go and ascend onto match point and potentially.
Haha, Bear, if you're still in here, do you still have this shaky aim? Or has it got that any better?
For a new era in tournaments.
Or do you even play the game?
Vaxe now down match points against maliszewski.
Don't see also?
Maliszewski would win the next pick, putting himself at match point in a 6-3
Also right
position. And it would seem like that was it. History was being written, and he could be hailed as the GOAT. But as Lightning McQueen once said,
we see it.
I decide when I'm done.
Also takes a while when you like alt tab. When I like alt tab and go to another file or like another browser, then it takes a bit to load.
Any of the hard sections, but long and fast. It's AR 10.5. DT tech at this AR is very difficult. maliszewski gonna find the first drop.
But suddenly during the back half is looking so good. Finally, a slider break comes through right at the end. Once again, the player with the higher combo finds the break right at the end of a difficult section.
Okay, that was one hell of a pick. I thought maliszewski found the drop earlier, but it was a combo break, and he just had that sneaky 500 combo, and I wasn't really looking at him. But
Vaxe would tear through the next pick, putting another point on the board for himself. But even this was child's play for what
that
Vaxe
map is so good, by the way.
Next,
last minute.
maliszewski would pick DT2, which was Kimi no Kyoku, the map he got his first 1K on with incredible accuracy. Surely he had the upper hand. Surely.
Let's see it. Two of the best players of all time on a map which, as of recent, has only become
that was a crazy play.
Few players
in a tourney as well.
Probably gonna be the most crucial.
No way.
Both players continue to hold through these difficult curved streams. Neither of their staminas are letting up. maliszewski complaining about the stamina earlier in the match.
Accuracy isn't the best, but like it's a aim control map. It's like a finger control map, so that's acceptable.
He drops all the bursts afterwards as well. I think he knows Vaxe is holding on to the combo right now. It's all about Vaxe at this point. How long
he did hold the combo.
He hold? Can he make it through this TI time? If he does, this map is basically over.
And no way he FCs this though. At this point, that is the last thing we're looking at. Vaxe holding on with a 1780 combo into the last chorus section. Let's see if he can hold on. This would be an absolutely unreal play to get in a tournament setting. maliszewski continues to drop. It's already over. It's a formality at this point. But can
awesome
this
sauce
score be set? Like, he is widely considered the greatest tournament player of all time, even up against stark opposition from maliszewski into the ending. Vaxe gonna be getting an FC on Kimi no Kyoku.
And let me get that FC. Let me get that FC too. That is absolutely nuts from Vaxe. Not the pick from maliszewski. This is Vaxe's map.
Vaxe did one of the most unthinkable things in a tournament match, especially in one where the map pool was as challenging as this one. After all, they were two of the greatest tournament players, so the map pool reflected just that. So Vaxe's FC sent shockwaves around the community, and for obvious reasons. Not only it being a full combo in a tournament setting, but it was the tournament PP record. This was not normal.
30 PP records. Oh damn.
So wasn't maliszewski.
maliszewski now almost 100,000 score up on this Nomad 2 by the end of the match. His stamina recovered, the curse intact for maliszewski to continue winning against many of the greatest players of all time and looking to dethrone Vaxe as the greatest tournament player of all time. A spot on the throne finally opening up.
After nearly 5 years, over
1,800
days, Vaxe's shriek of winning
1800 days,
1v1s was no more. And what better player to stop that streak than maliszewski?
I think most people knew within the tournament scene, if you closely followed tournaments, you knew what the outcome of that match was going to be beforehand. There is, however, a large amount of the community that does not follow tournaments and that had a lot of rose-tinted glasses and nostalgia for Vaxe. I think him beating Vaxe relatively one-sidedly. Like, you know, Vaxei put up a fight, but it was not particularly close. I think more than anything, it just signified the passage of time, that even if you are at one point the best in the world, time will just continue to march on, and if you don't keep up with the other players who are gunning for your spot, eventually you're just going to get passed. And that's really what happened. I think it was less a signifier for maliszewski than it was for Vaxei, that the era of American players being the best in the world and Vaxei being the best in the world, especially in tournaments, because that's where a lot of his legacy was definitively over, because we had somebody who was truly better than him in a pretty convincing way.
Not only did he end Vaxei's undefeated reign, but also earned $1,140. And truly earned is the right word to use here. There had never been a more anticipated one.
If I try to play a lot of maps, should I play by difficulty, length, or something else? I do both. I played every map below 70 seconds, and I'm currently doing every map from like low star rating, so like from 0 to I'm currently at 1.64. But you honestly can do however you like. Also, people do by year, so people start with 2007 in January, February, March, April, June, July, you know, and by year probably, or maybe also just by year. Maybe you could start with December, like some random map in 2017, then go back. And some people, I know like one person, at least one person does that. They just press F2 and they play that map. Then they press F2 and they play that map. Like instantly. Like they don't press it multiple times, they just press it once and they play it. I believe also for 20 did that for a longest time.
The one match in history, and that was reflected through the
you can play however you like.
And the prize pool. So truly maliszewski could finally be hailed as the tournament GOAT.
You can also start with 10 star and then go to 9.
Maliszewski would return
I wouldn't recommend that.
And set quite possibly one of the best hidden scores in the game.
True.
Seeing maliszewski shake that much was something new, and it's clear why. The play itself ended up being 971 PP, with the 5 misses and 2 slider breaks. Without them, it would have been 1,174.
I mean, you can just like not play them.
Was terrifying, as in the past there had only been one hidden
It's your way of playing.
1,000. And
you can play the comfortable maps first.
That unfortunately
until you get to the hard maps and uncomfortable maps, it will take at least a year.
With just hidden, and there weren't really any other maps to achieve such a milestone.
Maybe start with like
sure, maps like
90-second maps that are still very comfortable
to a handful of players. One such being maliszewski. So at this point, what more could a player of that status and level of maliszewski ask for? He had just taken down.
I wouldn't recommend going by length, like the shortest map, because then you will hate every map that is longer than like 2 minutes.
Same unrivalable skill in solo play. There was
at least I heard that many people like burned out afterwards when they tried that.
We talked a couple of times about a player named maliszewski.
maliszewski did in this day and age.
By May 2023, maliszewski had been the rank 1 player on the PP leaderboards for over 2 years. And even though maliszewski was reigning supreme in the tournament scene, if you were to draw a parallel to someone with such dominance in solo play, it would definitely be maliszewski. As for the better part of 2 years, he had been crowned as the best player, and that was simply because he was too far ahead of anyone there was, setting scores that are still
to this day. Can we watch maliszewski play volleyball for a few minutes?
But in almost every single one. And so there was a fair reason why people voted him as the #1 player in the entire game. But out of his catalog of impressive PP plays and unmatched scores, there was one
I don't
crucial
know.
aspect that wasn't
I would rather not.
tournaments.
I wanna watch this video.
Now, that is not to discredit his abilities, because he had many. In Corsair's Open
India.
2021 and 2022, he was a
No,
very
I'm German.
pivotal player, even being able
Stupid
to help
joke.
his team win the 2022 iteration.
We got 7-6,
against
7-6.
possibly one of the strongest rosters ever faced in an open rank tournament. And even in 1v1 tournaments, he was a force to be reckoned, as he was just barely bested by Utami in the first roundtable iteration, who at the time was also one of the best tournament players.
He was a good all-rounder even when he was gaining ranks, when he was
See you later,
going up the
Disaster.
ranking page.
Have a great day.
Even before he
Oh,
was
rest of the
top
day.
100, but like just maybe rank 75. You could scout around and you see no mod scores and hard rock scores and hidden scores. The better he got at gaining ranks, the better his mechanics got, and that meant the better everything else got in line with all of that. So when he applied himself back then, he was best tournament player even.
So he definitely had a lot of potential, but due to him focusing more on solo play and having an interesting sleep schedule, he wasn't present for many tournaments, even in the ones he participated in. But with the turn of the new year, he decided to dabble in more tournaments, like Corsair's Closed 2023. Corsair's, as we've covered, is a very prestigious tournament, and almost all of the best players participate in it. This year, the qualifying players list was stacked. Obviously, there were the usual suspects such as maliszewski, b1rch, didnt, maliszewski, but other faces just as, if not more intimidating. Especially nnamqahc, who, although hadn't yet won any 1v1 tournaments, was a pivotal player in the teams he was in, and showcased incredible diversity. But in the meanwhile, maliszewski and maliszewski would sweep their opponents, seeming to barely struggle, both meeting in the finals. For both players, this would be their toughest match.
But do you wanna
and
check
it
if
would
the
show
Osu
as
gacha
both
is
players
back
would
online?
not let the other one run
Please.
far, taking the match to 4-4.
Descending here, but after that miss from maliszewski, it's definitely been sealed. maliszewski will indeed be taking this hard rock 3.
Looking very strong at it, up above 400K.
Also gacha, the website.
Very good
Is it back
scoring
online?
from maliszewski going to be
Yeah,
outlasting
this map is
maliszewski on that one.
dirty. This map is dirty.
Yeah.
But the map pool would get the better of maliszewski.
But that time he had holding on was just enough to flip the score lead in his favor. And there's no time for maliszewski to come back. Unless there's quite literally a complete fall apart, a tablet disconnect even. maliszewski has flipped the odds. And just barely towards that final top section takes the
I guess we will just play. Continue playing.
maliszewski just holds on to his lead. It's just flat out just oppressing maliszewski, and he can't get a combo. He does drop once again, and maliszewski's running away with it now. I think that's been decided.
Yep, and at the end of the day, the monster reigns supreme. maliszewski gonna stand once again at the top, making it through his toughest opposition yet, maliszewski, but still going to be winning 7-4. And that's a GG well played. maliszewski securing his spot in grand finals on the winner's side. maliszewski.
This secured maliszewski a top 2 finish, and for maliszewski, he would have to jump in the losers bracket where he would face nnamqahc. nnamqahc was showing great potential in the losers bracket, as he would beat players such as b1rch, didnt, Kriller, and even Taquito, one of his idols, and one of the most underrated tournament players. He was showing incredible tournament prowess, but unfortunately his next opponent was too tough of a challenge.
Incredible Cinderella story from our favorite Filipino tournament star has come to an end. maliszewski, greatest tournament players we've ever seen in maliszewski in the grand finals.
Although maliszewski would end up on top, from nnamqahc's perspective, a 7-3 loss is nothing to scoff at when you're facing the #1 player in the game. The run would continue for maliszewski, now getting to the grand finals where he faced maliszewski once again. As per the double elimination standard, while maliszewski only needed to win 1 set, maliszewski had to win 2 to secure the win. And since maliszewski already won against him previously, this should have been a surefire match. Unfortunately, one thing that does change, especially in later stages of tournaments, is the map pool. Typically, the closer the tournament is to the grand finals, the harder the map pool will become. And although both maliszewski and maliszewski are incredible players with very few weaknesses and consistency like no one else on their skill sets, sometimes the map pool will favor one player over the other one. And with this map pool, maliszewski took the first set.
And on the back of just outrageous play from maliszewski, You can say that maliszewski may not be at his absolute best, but you could also say that maliszewski may well be at his best. This is some of the most incredible performance I've seen from maliszewski in any tournament. The way he has played in this first set, unbelievable. 200k win to close it out.
But the second set would start with a statement from maliszewski on the Nomad 3 pick.
Hits one of the diff spikes. Can he hold on even longer? Can he FC this? Does he?
What are those patterns?
Oh my
Jesus.
God. He does it again. Is now the question. He's already won the pick. There's no question about that. He will not FC though.
Diff spikiest Nomad 3s you're ever likely to see.
Such a performance would startle any other player on the opposing end. Then the two would trade points.
But the pick is certainly well within hand for
Let's
maliszewski.
go,
That
guys.
really matters here.
Like a lion, we
Slider
fight.
breaks, be damned.
Together
Ending
we
FC,
will
be
fight.
damned.
No,
He
wait, that's
does it
Lionheart.
again. The
Oops.
third time in
Better act this
the
time.
day. Better act this time. 9100 is 99.39. But once again,
It's not going to be an FC, of course, but the accuracy is.
dude.
Yeah,
Dude.
this is absurd act for maliszewski. He is still going. He is still holding this combo. 600 max combo on this. The next best out of anyone is 322 max combo for Henry. More than double. He hits the ending. And he holds, what ACK is that exactly? 95.65% ACK.
But to make another statement, maliszewski would get the first breakpoint in a nail-biting round on the Nomad 5 pick.
Here, this combo lead is enough to bring this over. If maliszewski can hold and if maliszewski breaks, then maliszewski can win this pick once again, but maliszewski might just be able to pull off an extra in this Nomad 5. There's the score lead finally over to his side. Can he hold through the ending of the match? And our first break point this time around, Aaron, is going to go to maliszewski. maliszewski now on the back foot for the first time in Grand Finals.
This performance really does represent maliszewski as a player. Something like this is only really synonymous with him, and it was looking much better now. But again, this is just the beginning of the match. There were still maps left to be played. So what would maliszewski do about maliszewski moving forward?
Once again, a breakpoint on double time 4 in favor of maliszewski. It was close the first time and close the second time, but maliszewski's still underage. No cigars for him. He is going to be losing it both times twice now, and that, I think, makes the rest of this match very interesting and very difficult. Again, through the ending, a much closer Hard Rock 2 this time around, but still the win. It was not looking good for maliszewski at the start of this match.
I was looking away.
Pretty much the
In a runaway.
Let's just
and
finish
here
the
we
map.
are at 100k win, and he's done exactly just that, and he's given himself multiple match points in this bracket reset. Coming
Bro's
into
missing
his
one star.
own next pick,
Happens.
6-3, goes the lead, 1 point from becoming Corsai's close champion.
He gets another
Sir,
shot,
S-rank though.
forcing the tiebreaker out of this man who is playing possessed, and maliszewski will find a miss on the cross-screen corner jumps. maliszewski holds, and that is going to be the match. That is going to be the tournament. maliszewski will be your Corsai's closed champion after losing in winners finals, back through losers finals, through bracket reset, 7-3, 7-3, and 7-3. Never any question about whether it was going to be close for him.
maliszewski would unfortunately win the next 6 maps in a row.
Next
not
back on.
letting
I was
maliszewski
looking at it too. I
even
wanted
wish
to
for
do a joke,
point.
but I didn't.
As mentioned previously, the map pool was a bit more in favor for maliszewski.
But in those high star rating map pools, maliszewski has enough consistency to hold his own against malisz, who is pushing against a skill cap.
Although there were surprising upsets like maliszewski's breakpoint on a speed map out of all things, this specific performance doesn't paint the full picture. And the picture being, maliszewski won against maliszewski. This victory definitely solidified maliszewski as the biggest opponent for maliszewski. Now, although this was a singular performance compared to maliszewski's much more coveted background in tournament achievements, this did set a precedent in the community. maliszewski being the best player in solo play, but now potentially also in tournaments, was a bit frightening. So, although maliszewski won against b1rch, solidifying that he was the new king, just as quickly maliszewski was showing that that could be questioned. To get back at him, he would tackle some scores in solo play. like this one missed choke on 70cm Shiho no Madobe sniping maliszewski. And just look at what this map is. He would also join the Aetherian Summer Singles 3, an international 1v1 tournament. Although it wasn't nearly as stacked as Corsairs Closed, it still had strong contenders, like Intercambing, Amamiya Kokoro, Takedo, Karcher, and most importantly, Enri. And out of all of these players, his toughest opponent was Enri. Like in Corsairs Closed, he was a force to be reckoned with. He was able to beat such players as Amamiya Kokoro, Karcher, and Decadent. So both maliszewski and Enri would get to the grand finals, but this time no upset would happen. However, Enri's performance was definitely nothing to scoff at, as he got 3 points, with one of them being a full combo on the hidden 4 pick, showcasing that he
I for
was
the
a
longest
serious
time always
threat in
switched up
tournaments.
Enri and Decadent.
But while he waited for a massive upcoming tournament, he would get an SS hidden DT score on the newer Kira Kira days,
Damn.
a hidden DTFC on Tsukinami,
Damn.
but the most notable score was his hidden DTFC on Black Rover.
Damn!
A 300 BPM near AR-11 cross-screen jump map. At the time, the map only had 3 FCs, and all of those were from some of the best aim players in the world. But maliszewski's skill set had gone beyond of what people were expecting of him. There really wasn't much he wasn't able to play. And he would take that fact with him to the next tournament. As the middle of July was rolling around, maliszewski and his mom would take a flight to LA and participate in
It's quite the
the
old map.
biggest LAN tournament to this day.
Old school map.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Roundtable 2!
Jesus.
The Roundtable 2 is without a doubt one of the most impressive tournaments, not just for its prestige, but also for the organization. Getting players from all around the world to come to one country and participate in a LAN tournament is something that really only the face of it could do. BTMC. The budgeting, dedication, and people power needed is just insane to even think about. And getting the opportunity to participate in such an event is something any player would strive for. For maliszewski, this was definitely monumental, but even he knew that this wouldn't be an easy feat.
Oh, lobby A.
Lobby A. Dude, lobby A is
This
stacked.
so stacked, man.
Dude, what?
At least I am not with maliszewski. Okay, that's the good thing.
And then finally, our last player. Do they even need an introduction? Please. Tell the world who you are.
I am the #1 AC player.
He's the only person who can say that and have it actually be real.
But before the main tournament could happen, there was the Battle Royale. There were 2 lobbies, and after each map was played, the lowest score player was kicked. maliszewski in his lobby was able to get to the very last map, but unfortunately was bested by Rectagon.
A showing like this from Rectagon where he has multiple FCs and many top scorers, and then a performance like this on the tiebreaker to win a battle royale against some of the best players in the world.
On that 600k mark, high 500ks for Rectagon on this map. Absolutely stellar performance throughout the entire battle royale, and you can hear the crowd cheering from in here.
And that's gonna be
Rectagon is a player that has been mentioned throughout this video and alluded to as a very strong force. But in reality, there's much more to it than just that.
You fear Rectagon in exactly the same way as you fear maliszewski. He turns up and he will spook on a map that you don't think can be comboed. I think Rectagon is the in-between of the two, where he has a very high mechanical skill cap. He's very comfortable on a lot of awkward stuff, but he is not as good mechanically as maliszewski, and he's not as good consistently as maliszewski. But he can still freak you out
This was the first time him and Maliszewski would face up against one another in a sort of a 1v1 situation. And it did show that it wasn't just maliszewski who was on Maliszewski's tail, and he would especially showcase his tournament prowess as he would have to face the winner of the other Battle Royale lobby. The winner being
name above Xylus as well. maliszewski will pull off the big combo he needed to win this tiebreaker and move into the 1v1 in the Battle Royale tournament. What are your words for Rectagon in the next match?
Shit.
What are your thoughts on the lobby you just won?
Shit.
What are your thoughts on your own performance?
Spectacular.
There we are. Okay, alright, we managed to switch it up.
And once the two would face off, Rectagon would really showcase his prowess.
He's hitting the wide angle jumps, he hits the streams in the lead up to them, more jumps to follow. Can he finish off the FC on this map?
There's no way, dude. This
maliszewski
is
aura.
full combo. He hasn't dropped a single note. Picking this up against maliszewski, bro, you've got to be joking, but he keeps going. He goes.
Rectagon continues to combo 2/3 of the way through the map. 99.6 accuracy for him on the FC, and that is probably gonna be the match.
And as we're closing out this map, as we're seeing the last few objects come to an end. Oh well, Dio, we already know the outcome, man.
Wow, what a score. What a score actually from Rectagon. That is just absolutely ridiculous.
The match would end with Rectagon taking the win 7-4. He was insanely comfortable and consistent, especially on more precision-based and consistency maps. And going into day 2, the 1v1 tournament would be unveiled. Unfortunately, Rectagon's momentum had slowed down, and the tournament became a Maliszewski and maliszewski show. For these two players, there were really no other rivals now, as they would almost clean sweep every single player they faced, both losing only a single map before facing one another. So their face-off would be each other's hardest match.
Here. Oh, Maliszewski misses again. Holds, and this is at low approach rate reading, and showing it once again against Maliszewski, taking a breakpoint on his first pick.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, near enough. Yeah, and this is just maliszewski. This is his playground. He made his name on DT Aim, and there you go, DT Aim full combo. That's very.
It felt like there was nothing Maliszewski could do to throw off maliszewski. Him especially winning 4 maps in a row definitely made a precedent for everyone. And although Maliszewski was able to get 3 map wins, maliszewski did close off the match at 7-3.
You get to the slow break near the end of the map, both holding on to an FC or at least near enough. Like you said, 7.6 stars is nothing to him, and that is going to do it. That is the winner's final done and dusted. maliszewski 7-3. What looks pretty one-sided. There were some very contested maps throughout that match, but maliszewski just too good.
And this time, it was Maliszewski that was sent to the losers bracket rather than maliszewski. However, as Nerdiness pointed out, there is a benefit to being sent into the losers bracket, especially if you're someone like Maliszewski in this tournament.
Entering the losers bracket sounds bad on all fronts because you're now 1 loss away from elimination and you have to win more matches just to make it deeper into the tournament. There's something that doesn't get talked about too often. An underrated perk is that if you're sitting in the losers bracket grand finals and win that match, you enter the grand finals with extra experience on the grand finals map pool.
And he was absolutely right. Not only was he able to get more experience with the map pool in general, but also in a one-on-one situation against one of the strongest players present. And as he already beat Zudinator earlier in the tournament, he would repeat the same thing and move to the grand finals to potentially take revenge.
And his screen finally breaks on the ridiculous geometric pattern, but there he goes again and hits one of them entirely, and he continues through the geometric patterns. What are we watching Maliszewski do? This is on another level from the Polish wonderkind. Unbelievable! He just keeps going. It's a 140 combo. He refuses to miss. He just wants to win with style. And
that map is so hard.
And that is a ridiculous play.
Finally finding his footing again, that consistency with the almost 1k combo at the start of the map coming in clutch for another 800 at the end of it. And he will show once again victory in the matchup versus Zudinator. Won once earlier in the round table, has won this matchup many times throughout Osu history in their competitive experiences.
We got a grand finals match on our hands, is that correct?
That is true.
maliszewski versus Maliszewski. the matchup of your Corsair's closed matchup from a couple months ago. The matchup everybody's been looking forward to at the round table.
The best tournament player in the world, the best player in the world, clashing once more. What more could you ask for?
Round 2, bro. This is it.
Score lead for maliszewski.
God, what am I watching?
There's 100. That was a big act
that
drop.
was huge.
I can't believe I'm saying in 1700 combo win that 4-100 is a big act drop.
I kind of want to play that. No mod.
And that might just do it. The world has been flipped on its head. Cats and dogs are living together.
Oh my God! 1.17 million score from maliszewski, but it's just not going to matter. There's 140,000 score lead for him against maliszewski right now, and a sliver of map left. This will be match point. Maybe it's a setup issue, maybe it's a confidence issue, maybe it's just the maps in the pool suiting maliszewski better, but something changed between winners finals and now, and it is not a good change for maliszewski.
The match seemed like it was the complete opposite of what it was a couple of hours prior. It was now maliszewski who wasn't able to find a footing, as maliszewski would get to match point, while maliszewski only had 2 points on the board. Almost the exact same scenario from their previous match. But this time the roles were reversed. Or were they? Something was in the air. Maybe something in the water bottle that maliszewski drank from.
It's poisoned.
And as Mark Twain put it best, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog.
Oh.
Patterns is unreal, and at this point
doesn't stop.
No,
This is unrelenting.
You see why we talk about infinite stamina, because the streams just never stop in this bit. And it is going to be the win for maliszewski, 70k up.
Getting as much of this as they are is ridiculous, but unfortunately maliszewski is not going to end up really making much difference. Yeah,
maliszewski snapped on that stream. There's no way. That's a 300 BPM pattern he just played.
God. And that is one of, as mentioned, the multiple breakpoints that he's going to need to try to bring this one back. You know, you're keeping count at home. That's from 6-2 down to all of a sudden 6-5.
He's coming back.
That's 3 in a row. I don't call it a comeback.
One more breakpoint.
One more breakpoint.
One more pick from maliszewski left in this match. Either we force bracket reset on that pick, or we go to tiebreaker. maliszewski with momentum.
Oh boy.
Winning 3 maps in a row while being on the edge of a bracket reset is something not many people can do. And in the following match, maliszewski would do this.
And even in spite of maliszewski winning this against Zudinator and this may just be exactly what the doctor ordered, a tactical pause into 4 consecutive wins for maliszewski is on the horizon. He continues to hold past 1k combo. Easy combo.
Oh my God. That over aim?
He breaks on the aim going into the 1-6, and now maliszewski,
much like he did against Zudi, pulling out those huge combos when he needed them in this map. If he's able to hold and
my God.
They both hit the countdown 3-2-1 jumps. They both hit the split streams, but we're gonna see some crazy patterns still.
Both still going right now. We're into the last hard part of the map, the last difficult section, the last point.
Oh no!
maliszewski
has to hold. He has to. Oh
my God! He hits the split streams as well afterwards. The score leads back on the red side. maliszewski suddenly, with those misses from maliszewski, may just bring us to the one and only grand final tiebreaker.
This is outrageous. We've had clutch performances, but I don't think we've had anything quite like winning 4 maps in a row from 6-2 down to force the only tiebreaker that we will have seen this entire tournament. But when your name is maliszewski, you get to the grand finals, you pull off an outrageous comeback, and we're gonna see, at long last, a tiebreaker here at the round table 2, and maybe, just maybe, could decide the entire tournament. The scriptwriters went goddamn crazy.
After the most nail-biting match possible, maliszewski would push the match to tiebreaker, winning now 4 maps in a row. I repeat, maliszewski pushed the match to tiebreaker after being on the losing end with a scoreline of 2-6. Now it's 6-6. Would it be maliszewski to take the match to a bracket reset, the greatest tournament player the game had seen in years? Or would it be maliszewski to take the victory, the greatest player the game had seen in years?
Both of these players struggling so far to keep a big combo going. maliszewski with a little bit more of one to start us off. Big combo lead for maliszewski already in this map. 96.5 acts to 95 as well. Every metric extremely consistent at this highest level of difficulty possible to be able to combo that.
And they both made it through that entire slider stream.
Yeah, the kid just keeps doing it. This section full of tech space streams, slider streams, hitting it no problem. The spacing changes and cut streams and buzz sliders all over the place. The stack stream,
It's
he
a
finally
break.
misses on the slider
It's
stream.
200K.
It's a 1,000 combo for maliszewski, but it does not matter of maliszewski almost by the end of the map. And 170K to decide the winner of the roundtable. It is maliszewski, the #1 player in the world and the #1 player in Los Angeles at the roundtable.
That. What an incredible performance. Although the culprit of our story faced defeat against maliszewski on the biggest LAN stage, what was more important to both players was being there and making such history happen.
I think that was really the point where people who were following the tournament scene very closely started to maybe understand that maliszewski was no longer actually the best tournament player, but that he would come to be the most consistent tournament player. maliszewski actually is probably better in late stage tournaments, high star rating pools than maliszewski. Specifically, Courses Closed and then Roundtable back-to-back. Those are two very major 1v1 tournaments where both players are going to be trying their hardest. And indeed, we saw it go pretty close in Roundtable. It was down to tiebreaker, where maliszewski eventually won. So it was a very, very close matchup. But I think that was the point in time where people started really realizing that just because maliszewski has all these badges, just because he's the most decorated, doesn't mean he necessarily wins every 1v1 matchup, and that there still can be a player who is better than him, but who isn't more decorated and who maybe has some consistency issues earlier on in some tournaments as well.
I do mention the enemy list here and there, but now I think it'd be much more fitting to rename it to the rivals list, as maliszewski and maliszewski aren't enemies. If anything, they see each other as idols, which can be seen and felt from their celebration of the match. Victory and defeat is almost never black and white.
I love Osu players.
Players performed
I love
literally
everyone.
like no one else. And doing it at the biggest LAN event couldn't have been more poetic, as we not only could see the players' incredible performances, but also their celebrations of them. And although money isn't the most important part of these tournaments, maliszewski won a whopping $2,000 from this. The tournament money he gets, he uses not only to support himself, but also his family. And there's nothing more beautiful than doing what you love to support the ones you love. Actually, during the Roundtable 2, maliszewski, Rafis, and Zudinator were simultaneously participating in another tournament, the Resurrection Cup. Resurrection Cup, similar to Courses Open, is an international team-based tournament. Maliszewski and some other players would form a Polish powerhouse, as joining alongside him was Rafis, gnamqahc, b1rch.
Okay, bro. They obviously know I do not like them.
Although for maliszewski, this tournament could be potentially just another tournament badge. For someone like Rafis, if their team were to win, it would be his first tournament victory in 6 years. Rafis had been one of the longest standing top Polish players, and him not getting a badge in the many years was unprecedented. But without a doubt, they had a high chance of getting said thing. But who were the other teams? Well, there was Fresh Off the Boat, which boasted 3
nice name
members from the OWC, arguably the best player from both South Korea and Hong Kong, and more United States players. And that really was it in terms of who could on paper take down ESSA. Taking either of these two teams and putting them up against others, especially any team outside of the top 5 seeding, you get a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby situation. This is a common complaint viewers have of tournaments.
Oh my god, there's Nam! Nam! Ping Nam immediately, there he is, he's in the video. He's in the video.
Because although it is
you're in the video,
mind-boggling performances and clean sweeps,
1 hour and 55 minutes
no
in.
Anticipation for the viewers until the grand finals. And this would be proven as the case here as well, since ESSA would get to the finals winning 22 out of 25 maps played. One of the teams being Sleep Accommodation, the number 3 seed, to which they only lost a single map.
Yeah, what I said earlier did in fact turn out to be the case in this tournament. But in the finals, ESSA would face Fresh Off the Boat for the first time. And since Fresh Off the Boat clean swept every single team they faced off against, it would finally make for an entertaining matchup. But unfortunately for Fresh Off the Boat, ESSA kicked off the match by winning 5 maps in a row. This sweep made Fresh Off the Boat rethink their approach, and something changed. Because they'd win the next map, then 2 more, and then a 4th in a row. Seems a bit familiar. Maybe it was just an unlucky start, showing that they could also win multiple maps in a row. So surely
goes worst HR player, and there goes the winners finals over to ESSA, 7-4.
Almost.
But the roster of ESSA is just too strong for them to compete on this Hidden 2, and it is winners bracket ticket to the grand finals.
Even though they were beginning to show signs of a comeback and were in the middle of creating one, ESSA was in the lead too far and very early. And it didn't help that Arnold FC'd the Hidden 2 pick, securing the match point. Consequently, Fresh Off the Boat was sent into the losers bracket where they'd have to face Sleep Accommodation. So surely the number 3 seed could put up some numbers against the number 1 seed. I mean, yeah, this just goes to show that this tournament basically boiled down to Fresh Off the Boat versus ESSA, USA versus Poland.
Two players competing against each other. Worst HR player is going to find a break. Maliszewski isn't. He's going to take it away at the very last moment. Worst HR player had the opportunity to take it back, but it's going to be Maliszewski at the very end. And that right there is a match. Apologies once again for how late this stream was, how scuffed this stream has been.
This was a pretty wholesome moment for not just Rafis, but the entire Polish squad. There's a certain bond between them that is just irreplaceable. As Maliszewski would get back home, it wouldn't take long for him and a couple of other players to form a team and join yet another tournament, Corsace Open 2023. Ooh. However, although in the prior years, Corsace Open was seen as one of the most prestigious tournaments a team can participate in, there were some disputes going on in the background, and although the finer details aren't known, what is known, and what affected players especially, were the changes. And there were a couple. The first one, and probably the biggest one, the standardized double elimination format was dropped and changed to single elimination. This meant that if a team loses in the brackets, that's it. This can lead to unfortunate seeding positions where one of the teams will just unfortunately not continue after the first matchup. The other change was the team size. Previously, a team could boast a total of 8 players while 4 were playing at a time. Typically, higher level teams would choose 4 well-rounded players and the rest would be focused on something more specific. And now it was much harder to go about that with the lower team member count of 6. This can also lead to a moment where there aren't even enough players to play, forcing a team to forfeit and drop out of the tournament because of the single elimination format. And the last change, and probably the most confusing one, was that there were now 3 map pools. The way this worked was teams would ban 1 map pool each and played the remaining 1. Not only did this mean that there were now 3 times the map to practice, but the overall quality of picks definitely suffered, and it was a common sentiment from different players. And one of the saddest moments was when the team Titan Hollow, because of scheduling issues, could not play their match and fell out of the tournament completely in the quarterfinals, because there was no losers bracket. The consequences of this was that the tournament became boring. Titan Hollow's roster was one of the strongest there, as they featured players like Zudinator, maliszewski, Whitecat, Ciccone, and Arnold. This kind of roster forfeiting and being flung out, although paved the way for other teams, basically confirmed what team would win, because, well, Team Flipinski consisted of Maliszewski, Enri, Takedo, Intercambing, Gnahus, and Nineric. This team was so well-rounded and good on specifics that even the Korean Osu World Cup team only managed to win 1 map against them.
And is still holding this combo in the end here. How is he hitting the back and forth doubles in this section? Actually, what is happening right now, he is still going strong, 1500 combo and closing in on the win for Flipinski. Was there ever any doubt the number 1 seed in the tournament to take first place in dominating fashion, 7-1 over no title?
But how did that happen? Well, if we look at the performances of specifically maliszewski, he didn't just have the best score in the entire lobby for one map, not 2 maps, no, not, okay, I will not count it out. He had the best performance for every single map, not just in his own team, but the entire lobby. The pure and utter consistency of him combined with his insanely high skill ceiling is just unfathomable. And not just in one skill set, but basically every single one there was. And he would further show that he has little to no tournament rivals by taking on more specific tournaments, like AIM Cup 3. AIM Cup is a country-based 4v4 tournament, but this one is much different from any other ones. You see, although typically you'd play the game as per usual with maybe some difficulty mods, this tournament takes a different approach. AIM Cup is a tournament that focuses on the raw aiming abilities of the players, and only the aiming ability. Now, how is that? Well, the players are forced to always use the relax mod. This modification allows the players to play a map without the needing of tapping, as the game does that for them. This allows for some insane aim-only place to be set. Although typically it's used for fun, AIM Cup ceases to test the player's aim to the maximum. And although most would expect pure cross-screen high BPM jump maps, it's actually a bit different. Although those maps are featured in the tournament map pool, there is a much greater focus on weird, constant velocity changes and reading maps. So besides there being maps like these, there's also stuff like this.
Oh, I see, I see. Especially with the slider hands.
And the most important difference is that the winners of the match are determined by the accuracy rather than the score. All 4 players' accuracies are summed up and then divided to make it
the bench one is so good.
To prepare for the tournament, maliszewski would go on a light farming spree, setting 900s like an FC on Shiteru, an accuracy fix on Epiphany, and a 3 mod FC on Padoru. Yes, maliszewski farmed Padoru in 2023, which actually became his top play.
What?
But now, him and his team were definitely more than ready to enter the tournament.
Completely forgot
Poland's
it was.
first 2 matches were
Mr.
almost
Play.
like a warm-up for them, as they would beat Denmark 5-0, and Austria would just forfeit. Their next match was against Russia, and right from the first map you can see what I was covering. The aim requirements aren't just being able to play jumps, it is being able to read and aim anything and everything. But they would finish them off fairly quickly, only losing 2 maps. They would continue to catch some luck again, as on top of Austria previously forfeiting, Germany would copy their neighbors and do the same. This allowed Poland to already be in the semifinals and only playing half of the amount they were supposed to. And so in the semifinals they would face up against the United Kingdom. And how would maliszewski perform? Well, let's just say, if other players are getting 97% AC, maliszewski will have 98. And if other players have 98, maliszewski has 99. And it almost didn't matter what kind of map was thrown, whether it be gimmicky aim, high BPM speed, maliszewski was almost untouchable. And so Poland would send the United Kingdom into the loser's bracket, where the United Kingdom would face Romania, and although they had a couple of hiccups, they ultimately ended up back on top. Although this allowed the United Kingdom to secure a top 2 finish, let's not forget who was in the grand finals alongside with them. But the United Kingdom would still try and fight, as in the first map, even with maliszewski having a 99% accuracy score, the United Kingdom would take the first map. And it would be the only one they would. Poland went on and absolutely shredded through every single map with incredible performances from Azriel, Splitty, and of course, our boy maliszewski, who once again was almost an entire percentage point above every other player in the lobby. This was a light showcase that maliszewski is not only one of the best in solo tournaments, but he's also one of the best, if not the best, in more gimmicky tournaments. and he would continue to prove this by winning All Map Fantasy Cup. Extreme Edition. This is a tournament that only possesses maps from 2007 to 2014, and there were really strong names in this tournament for these kinds of maps in particular, with the most notable ones being Easy Champ, Arnold, and b1rch. These three are some of the best modern time old map players, and it's because of their incredible reading prowess. Easy Champ had a pretty good run, toppling both Arnold and Henry, but he would ultimately fall to b1rch, losing 7-2. But maliszewski faced none of those players because of his seeding position, so his first true opponent would only come in the grand finals, and he would face one of the best old map players, that being b1rch. But I say only one of because maliszewski would absolutely smother b1rch on most maps. And one score
except for Scarlet Rose,
have to point out is maliszewski's Scarlet Rose DT play. The map has existed for 13 years, and although some players have been able to come close to FCing the map with double time, most notably Whitecat getting a 2-miss run, the FC was still not yet present. So how would maliszewski do on this map in a tournament setting? 1. Slider break. Although the footage for this tournament no longer exists and I can't show this specific play in particular, it is insane to consider that the very first DTFC on Scarlet Rose could have happened in a tournament setting, a score that no one was able to get in solo play. This really shows that, although maliszewski was able to beat him in Corsairs Closed and the Round Table 2, maliszewski's range exceeds not only that of maliszewski, but anyone in the game, as he was the top performer in both AIM Cup 3 and now Old Map Fantasy. Extreme Edition.
Extreme Edition.
On the topic of maliszewski, while maliszewski was doing his thing, maliszewski was preparing something big. It wasn't for a tournament, nor was it a dream team for a team-based one. It was a tournament, the maliszewski Grandmaster Cup. The tournament was announced back in August, so players had proper time to prepare and qualify. But the reactions to this announcement kind of showed how the community saw maliszewski. Congratulations to maliszewski for yet
on
another
the new PC,
wow, nice. There was basically no other name besides maliszewski being thrown around. And well, I think by now it should be definitely understandable why. Especially considering that maliszewski was not participating in this tournament.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. But little did people know who would sign up and qualify for the tournament. There were the usual suspects like Zudinator, Henry, Intercamping, and of course maliszewski. But there was another player who would join them. b1rch. Although the scene had changed by a lot over the years, and new faces had arrived that were becoming household names in the tournament scene, seeing b1rch definitely struck fear in many participants' eyes. But many of those eyes were up for a challenge, with the first two eyes being nnamqahc and Intercamping. Although most know nnamqahc for his incredible aim scores, his tournament ability is something that also should be highlighted, as he was able to push the match to tiebreaker, where, unfortunately for nnamqahc, b1rch decided to just...
And b1rch able to hold on, still on 99.4 act for b1rch. Here, you know, a quarter of the way in the map when nnamqahc missed, I said, okay, don't get ahead of yourselves, right? We're not.
You just couldn't go to TV here. You couldn't. Oh, it's a soldier break double. That's how he loses the FC, man. I mean, come on. If he hadn't had that slider break, this would be rank 2. Yeah, I don't know. That's one of the best tiebreaker performances I've seen in a very, very long time.
Similarly, in his match against Intercamping, he was once again pushed to tiebreaker, though he would prevail once again. These two matches showed something, and it was that tournaments were no longer a one-man wins it all. Multiple players were now able to perform to the level of someone like b1rch, but there was still one who shone above everyone else. And b1rch had to face him next. b1rch would begin by taking the first point, but maliszewski would immediately fire back with a monstrous outperformance.
This is just unreal 800k on this from maliszewski. He only missed at the start. He only missed at the start.
Yeah.
And in the next map, it would seem like maliszewski would take it as well. But in the very last moment, this happened.
Right afterwards, consecutive triples, consecutive bursts, the stream at the end, b1rch hitting
Why
it
is that
all.
so fast?
And
What is that?
maliszewski with just a
What
couple of
PPM is
extra
that?
misses, despite
292.
the act drops from b1rch at the end. It's more act drops and more misses for maliszewski. And
by a mere 8,000 points, b1rch would take the win. To combat that, Maliszewski would win his next pick and then get a breakpoint by FCing the Hard Rock 4 map.
Going to the end it is, last quarter of the map, now a percent ACK lead for Maliszewski. Both, but no, vacc slider breaking at the very end of the spam slider section. Just about the same as Zudinator versus Enry, 1 FC versus the 1 miss, 1 slider break in this case for vacc, and Maliszewski turning up a breakpoint.
Maliszewski would win the next map as well, now being on a 3-map win streak. But that streak would be broken as vacc would win his next DT pick.
Lead for vacc, 600k.
Also gacha is back, let's go.
Down around 500k. Very, very good score from vacc. Just that miss right in the middle of the map, traded with Maliszewski.
I'll check it out in a second.
A couple of more slider breaks and another miss for Maliszewski in the second half of the map gives it over to vacc.
But this would trigger something in Maliszewski, because he would repeat the 3-map win streak and close off the match at 7-3.
Yeah, what more can you say? He's just come out and shown why he is the legend of the modern era in tournament play.
Yeah.
Maliszewski saying, your time is no longer, and this is my era.
Welcome to the new era. Anyways, apparently also gacha is back. Oh, it is back, let's fucking go. Alright, what do we get? What do we get? Who and what? Let me put on some music. Who do we get? Flat paper, I believe, is known. Hanatan! Ooh, Hanatan's good. Another Chinese player. I believe I know Hanatan from somewhere. I do know the name 100%. Zabu! Oh my god, that's a good one. Zabu is a good one. I really wanna like get it. Search my name, Zabu. Favorite him. He's my only favorite. Do you have anyone else? How do I favorite people? Is there like favorite people? Because I kinda wanna do like every person I know myself, you know? Like I know. Also game rated PC, yeah, exactly. I remember the name. Ready Friday? I got Ready Friday, what? But I do him. There was like one person I wanted to favorite earlier, but I wasn't able to. I kinda wanna get Osu for 20. Imagine if I get Osu for 20. Damn. I believe that's it. Alright. If I do get anyone else I know, then let me know. Oh, you can only get the top 1000? I see. Alright, continue. Who do we got? I read that as satellite for a second there and I was like about to pog my mind out. Dash Links is kind of like reminds me of someone. Alright. Now on, the last one. Last pack. No one. Ah, GG. Alright. Now I can finally put a timer again. Alright. We will be back in 19 minutes. Continuing with the video again.
So maliszewski would move to the finals and b1rch would have to maneuver himself through the loser's bracket. b1rch would face didnt and nnamqahc, and once again, these two players were able to take b1rch to tiebreaker. But unfortunately for both of them, b1rch was ultimately able to take the win, as he would muster up a combo that neither of the players were able to match.
Oh! I'm sorry.
But up in the winners...
Accident! I thought I put it on. Didn't I? I pressed the button to be able to see it, but I guess not. And I forgot to start it.
bracket, maliszewski would have to face a familiar foe to the story, nnri. And right off the gate, nnri was not playing around.
Big streams come through, and nnri holds on to that entire part. But I don't know if nnri's got enough time. maliszewski does drop once again. The score is slowly ticking down. 50k and slowly going down, but I don't know if nnri's got enough time. There's not much map left to go. No, it's so close. Left. Does he have enough time? He's got the flip. nnri!
Oh my god.
Second. Absolutely amazing. nnri, what a comeback.
But maliszewski would respond right back at him by winning the next two maps in a dominant fashion. And then they would repeat a very similar pattern. nnri would win the next map and maliszewski would take two back.
Wow.
And you just have to see this play done by maliszewski.
Towards the end, it's do or die. You've hit the slider stream, and it comes in the next section, but he's gonna fall on the flow aim. The burst into the sliders are too much for him. The spacing on this is so severe, and maliszewski, despite that, like such a good chance multiple times throughout this map. Final tech message come through, and maliszewski 100% solidified it now. Not only a great display of tech skill from both of these players, but accuracy from maliszewski is absolutely incredible.
But there was a reason people had their eyes on nnri. Every time maliszewski was getting ahead, nnri would jump right back on his tail. But you know what people say, jump on my tail once, shame on you, jump on my tail to... What I'm trying to say is that maliszewski decided to put an end to nnri's antics.
That's a good one.
maliszewski, take a bow, dude. Another ridiculous play from him.
That's it.
That's it.
And that will be your winners finals match. nnri put up a phenomenal fight, but it will be none other than maliszewski.
Bro, take a shit.
Would be
Good
able
luck,
to
man.
move on to the
Don't
grand
die.
finals, and his opponent would be either b1rch or nnri, both of whom were very capable of taking the throne. And although the match was very close, ultimately the one entering the grand finals would be b1rch.
b1rch can win a match without having to play
What?
tiebreaker as we get into the end here, and it's looking likely.
And that is gonna do it by 52,000 points. Count him down, count him out, say he's washed, say he has no chance. The Bacon Boy cares not for your disbelief.
Before their match, however, maliszewski realized that he broke his tradition. His tournament top play tradition had been stalled for some time. Whether it be the sheer amount of tournaments he was participating in or just having more interest in farming #1 positions on maps, top plays had stagnated since July, and it was now October. So maliszewski would take a shot at a map he choked a couple of months back, and he would set one of his most jaw-dropping plays of his career.
Oh my god, true. Incredible.
1,202 PP with hidden only. The first hidden FC on Astral Empire, a map that at the time had only a single full combo, which was done by Rectagon. But to FC such a map with hidden is just... what? This play really set the precedent
It's
for this
unbelievable.
match against b1rch, as maliszewski would carry out a similar dominance in the match.
Scout
The
tactics.
floodgates would open with maliszewski
Everyone's
taking
scout
the
now.
point on the final map that b1rch played against nnamqahc on. But then b1rch would best malish on a precision map, which b1rch was just a tad bit better on. But what did I mean by maliszewski carrying out a similar dominance from his score on Astral Empire into this match? I think it's easier to show rather than describe what he went on to do.
He's going to the hold towards the ending as long as these jumps are hit fine. 98 accuracy starting to approach. You can see the little bursty jumps on top of that. But as long as his ending is hit, maliszewski is going to finish this 9-star map with 700 combo. On this is simply wild. His pace, he doesn't even need to overperform. But God, will he set a great score here. 570,000, 145,000 score stronger than b1rch. It is 4-1 in favor of Bristol.
High 7-star, low 8-star range right now. You wait till the diff spike drops, and if we see either of these players hit that, that's when this can really get started. Just the chain miss at the end of the first guy time. And it's maliszewski time, baby.
There's still another 1,300 or so combo to go through. Giant diff spike section. This is the hardest part of the map. maliszewski, are you gonna do this? Risto, how are you doing this?
No.
How has he hit this? maliszewski, the king of all kings. Risto just does not stop hitting it.
There's still another huge diff spike coming up. This is the intro to that. There we go. He hit the follow point streams. He just hit follow point 222 BPM death streams in this map. I have no words. Like, what?
No words.
This guy is the best tournament player right now. Even this is just absolutely absurd. You want to put him on a 9-star skill cap pool against unheard of levels of consistency and stream stamina and flow. Absolutely ridiculous. He misses on a nothing pattern. That pattern's nothing.
I know. And that's what makes his score even crazier. And maliszewski has just completely annihilated b1rch on his own pick. And is he going to hit this ending stream? Finish it off in style. Don't hit the ending, Restore. Don't make us have a heart attack. Okay. We may not.
Jesus.
He
is human after all.
He is human after all. For this score.
If there was a list of the best scores that have been gotten in a tournament setting, I think many people would agree that this is either the best or very, very much high up there. Getting such a combo on such an astonishingly challenging map is beyond any player besides maliszewski. And whether it was this score just absolutely stunning everyone, including b1rch, maliszewski would not stop and close out the tournament.
b1rch's gonna slide back again. That might just be it, Shiba.
That might just be the end of it. maliszewski, can you end this? maliszewski has been dominant for so many years, but this is the year where the b1rch dynasty is over. He may drop towards the ending, but he will take it. Oh hell, your new king of 1v1 OS, your new tournament master, and your MGC 2023 champion, maliszewski.
This performance, for lack of a better word, was insane. Not only did he win in such dominant fashion that there was no chance that b1rch could win. It was simply maliszewski's day. And on top of all, maliszewski just ended the longest tournament winning streak. As mentioned prior, b1rch had held the longest OSU winning streak, as the last time he not only lost a tournament, but lost a 1v1 was back in 2018, when he was beaten by Bubbleman at 111 Ultra. And this time, since the matchup against maliszewski was no longer just a show match, the streak was undoubtedly over. 5 years of having no opponent. 5 years of being argued as the greatest tournament player. The throne was officially passed over. And
what a hot
honestly,
picture.
Was a pretty surreal reality. But it also wasn't just maliszewski who was able to play up to par and beyond b1rch. There were multiple other players within this tournament that showed incredible potential to do the same. Almost every single player b1rch faced took him to tiebreaker, the only exception being nnamqahc and maliszewski, of course, but for different reasons. But the same thing will happen in the future, but replace b1rch with maliszewski. People simply aren't going to be the best forever. which is why it is important to appreciate not only what has happened, but also what is happening. And maliszewski being solidified as the best tournament player around was something people were almost unanimously agreeing upon and celebrating. And that is a very beautiful part of this type of competition. On top of maliszewski winning against some of the strongest faces in the game, he also scored a whopping $2,000 and a custom keyboard of choice from Yuki-aim, which is what you often see him using after this point. And fresh off his victory in the nnamqahc Grandmaster Cup, he would finally do as per tradition and step up in solo play. He would set a couple of 1000 PP plays. The first one being a DTFC on Wizard's Tower, which is pretty poetic considering he just beat the person who got the first full combo on the map. Then a DTFC on Sunglow, nearly matching the unbeatable Whitecat accuracy from 4 years prior. And then 2 more 1Ks, one on Song's Compilation 4, being the third person to ever FC the map with DT, next to gnaqahc and nnamqahc, who are 2 of the best players for this specific skill set, and another 1K on the 4-minute long Dear Brave.
I used to farm that shit so hard. I believe it was my top day.
So, to tally up everything he did in the last 2 weeks, maliszewski got a total of 4 1000 PP plays, 10 900s, a 1.2000 PP play, and beat b1rch twice in a tournament, with one of them securing the win in the nnamqahc Grandmaster Cup. This single tally alone shows that for maliszewski, consistency and diversity are his middle names. Not only breaking records like the highest hidden only PP play, but also ending the longest tournament winning streak, that being b1rch's. Although a lot of it is circumstantial, like ending b1rch's tournament win streak, it still sent a message to the entire tournament community and rose fear in those who received it. And so since the end of the year was approaching,
how long is this video, by the way?
Time for
there's still over an hour left. An hour and 20 minutes. Wow.
OSU World Cup. Considering Poland's previous year's performance, not just in qualifiers, but also on the stage, how would they fare now? Well, Poland would qualify as the number 2 seed once again. However, this year the number 1 seed was changed to South Korea. This meant that not only did Poland qualify as the number 2 seed again, but they also qualified above the United States. And yes, qualifiers absolutely don't determine the outcome. If anything, the different seeding can start a domino effect of unfortunate and or fortunate events. The bigger picture was similar to that of OWC 2022. It once again didn't seem like USA would fly by, especially considering how much the other countries had improved, Poland included. And they would start off simple, clean sweeping both Argentina and Brazil, with maliszewski being the top scorer in the entire lobby for 7 out of the 10 maps played. I mean, would you expect anything else by now? But this simple start would quickly dissipate with their next opponent. Although for Poland, this opponent was unfamiliar, like literally they had never faced the team in the previous years, for maliszewski there was a familiar opponent on the enemy side, nnamqahc. Although both the setting and the stakes were completely different, tension was still in the air, and Team Poland was not off to a good start. Australia was able to win 4 maps, while Poland only scored a single point. And although they got another point on the board, Australia would get to match point. But Poland wouldn't give up. They would pick up the next point, then another one in one of the most nail-biting matches up to that point.
Okay, see, this is looking really good for Poland. This is the break point that they needed this entire match to even the board out.
Can the Hard Rock players hold on? I doubt it, but I would be impressed. There go both the No1 players, both of the players, both of the Sigmas holding on to the only FC's gone. Moustache is down. The double FC for Australia into the final quarter of the map. Is it gonna be enough? Are they gonna do it?
They have enough time. They just need to hold on me. Slow it down, but Zintex finds a break. It's not only nnamqahc. I don't know if there's enough time left.
It's only nnamqahc on the FC 940k, 950k. It's a 15k difference. 10k difference. Is it gonna be enough for the Australian spinner?
Spin to win, spin to win.
Spinner.
It's 4k difference. And
Oh my
it's
god!
not enough.
2,000. Oh my!
Oh my
This
god.
is a matchup of the decade. What on earth is happening? A heartbreaking defeat for Australia.
Ouch.
Then Mustache and maliszewski would pop off once again, taking the match to tiebreaker. This match had become one of the most intense of the entire tournament, and now the two teams would duke it out in the tiebreaker. A lot was on the line, but who would cross it? In the first quarter, Poland was a bit ahead of Australia, as two players were holding an FC, with Australia only having a secret box. But as all these players would break combo, the spotlight was now on two players, Rafal and maliszewski. You see, although both maliszewski and Rafal had early misses, some might say those were tactical ones, and as the map would go on, Rafal would break, but maliszewski wouldn't.
Okay, he's still going for the boys right now. 40k
Bring Doomy
difference.
back.
It
Oof.
couldn't get any closer than this as we move into the final little portion of the map. Dummy finds
They
a
just
break, but
like
it's
quit,
all on Emmerich
lost
right
passion
now,
for the
and
game.
it's Emmerich time.
I know the name, but I don't know the reason they
Australia
quit.
in the Oz World Cup rests in his hands as the score lead flickers over to Australia, and now he just needs to hold on for a little bit longer as he approaches.
Oh.
Jump. He's shaking. Emmerich is shaking. Would you ever think you would see
Whoa.
this in your life? This
Emmerich
guy,
shaking.
the #1 player in the world, is shaking right now. He's just done it. What a match from both of these countries, man. That is one for the ages.
Even with Poland having 3 players who had over 1.2 thousand combo, Emmerich's over 2,000 combo run unfortunately was the table turner. But luckily this wasn't the end. Unlike Corsair's, OWC still boasted the double elimination format, so Poland were still there. And looking at the lower brackets, Poland's next opponent should be a relative cakewalk. That would be if it weren't for Team Canada winning 6-1 and sending the United States
What
into
the fuck?
lower brackets. And although Poland were the #2 seed, in such late stages the qualifying results, especially between the higher teams, means little to nothing. Because the map will get progressively harder and harder, the team that has heavier firepower will exceed. And Poland did have firepower, but unfortunately for that year, the USA was too strong on the hardest map pools.
Yeah, just a little bit now. The last slider's coming in, but that's 200k.
Can't play
nearly
PES so good,
rising.
I swear.
Boshy man,
I see them on
big player
leaderboards all the time.
Coming in here for the US, take down Poland. They are still in it. They are still fighting. The champions will not let go of their crown so easily. What a huge win here for the Americans.
Although maliszewski was the best performer for 6 out of the 8 maps played in that match, the OWC isn't a one-man show match. It's a team-based tournament. One player can't do it all, especially when facing a team such as the USA. But it's not to discredit Poland whatsoever.
Not to discredit Poland whatsoever. We still have to open some packs though. So let's quickly do that and then we can go back to watching the video. Beef Wellington and Sarah. Sarah! Oh, holy shit. I wanna favorite both of them. Can I not do it from here? Alright, let's go back. Beef. Favorite. Sarah. Favorite. Alright, let's go. Oops. Continue. Quick. Open packs. I feel like a gambling addict here. I thought I was the Muse for a second. Who's Pip? Cat girl. Nice cat girl, man. We got Willy. Willy is cool. Nah. Willy with an eye. Shepsu is kinda like reminds me of someone. Oh my god, whole water. No, I'm kidding. Who's Zeker? Oh, is this actually like the person? It's the actual person. Wow, what the fuck? Holy shit, and we got a legendary. Let's fucking go. We need to get IIL on this shit. There should be like a tag for featured artists. And like more like what's it called? Things to sort by. Nice. Thank you. No. Another shiny. We got a Dragonite. Turkey from China. Cool. It's Turkey here now, right? Penguin. And next one. Last one. Sadly, nobody I know. Let's begin yet another timer for 19 minutes and continue.
Really just came down to the US having a stronger roster overall. But to not end the year on a sad note, Maliszewski, nnamqahc, Matthew and Intercamming would team up for the Carpal Tunnel 3 Cup. It is a 2v2 tournament that focuses on everything that can be made fast. Aim, streams, finger control, you name it. Their team had a really close match against Team Zaza, which had a Kolibed,
nice team name,
Harrison and Xylus, some of the best speed players out there. The sheer skill and tournament experience of Maliszewski and his team in the end allowed them to secure the overall victory.
And that's just about it.
Your Carpal Tunnel Cup 3 winners are going to be Familia Lopez. GG, well played to everybody.
And so to finally end 2023, let's tally up these statistics. Maliszewski now had a total of 40 tournament badges, with 23 of them being in the year 2023. Quite poetic, eh? On top of that, he set a myriad of 1000s and the hidden PP record on Astral Empire. But best of all, not only did he participate in quite honestly the biggest show match in Osu history and beat b1rch, but then went on and ended b1rch's tournament winning streak of over 5 years. Not to mention, he was grinding out #1 scores on maps, which by now totaled to over 1,100. With the sheer amount of achievement diversity and being in a league of his own in many skill sets, there's no doubt when people claim that he's the most feared player present in the community. And 2024 would be no different. If anything, it would solidify all of that and take it to an even higher level. And he would begin the year by doing just that, as he would set a 1 miss score on Katagiri wa Denki Kitsune no Yume o Miru Ka with Hidden. There's only really one other score that comes even close to this one, which was set by Henry, who got a 5-miss run with 96.59% accuracy. Very good score, but it's simply no match to Maliszewski's. And the accuracy is not just the best hidden accuracy, it's also better than every single no-mod score and every single halftime score. And really, it's no mystery why. The map is essentially made for Maliszewski, with 250 BPM slider aim, bursts, and in general uncomfortable aim control and very interesting patterns. And he would bring this type of dominance into tournaments like Aqueous Cooking Cup 2, a B-tier 2v2 tournament, which he won alongside with Milosh, and Hippo Cup 7, a 4v4 tournament. And I mean, with a team like this,
I think if you predicted an 8-0 sweep, not too many people would call you out for anything there in this matchup, as Old Navy, the strength of the roster, just absolutely insane. And they are going to end up winning this map, winning this match, winning Hippo Cup 7. But very many players on this team with some very good scores. Worth noting, 4 million score for Rectagon by the end of that. Still outperforming anyone on Let's Get K Barbecue by about 2 million there.
Yeah, there was no chance for an opposing outcome. And this is the thing with many team-based tournaments like this one. It is simply not interesting to comment on them because they have teams like this which just devour any opponent. And it's part of the reason why people were becoming less and less interested in tournaments as a whole. At least, team-based ones. He'd form a similar team for Stellar Series 2024, a different kind of team tournament. Instead of there being something like nnamqahc 4, Hard Rock 3, there instead is nnamqahc 4v4, Hard Rock 3v3, and etc. Their team, Suntan, featuring b1rch, maliszewski,
That's a cool idea.
Zudinator, and more firepower, would qualify as the number 2 seed. So b1rch and maliszewski did reunite from Hippo Cup, but where was Rectagon and Henry? Not only did this team feature the 2 aforementioned players, they also boasted players such as b1rch player, MCY4, Window Life, and much else. Both teams had nearly equal rival power. And although other teams also had stacked rosters, none of them came close to the level of both Suntan and I Am Korean 2. And that would also be proven to be the case when the brackets began. Suntan would get to the finals with ease, dropping only 3 maps, with 2 of them being against Chippy Chippy, the number 3 seed. Similarly, I Am Korean 2 would also get to the finals,
I'm Korean.
2 maps in the match prior upon meeting Suntan. This matchup would also mark the first time that b1rch player would be in the same tournament lobby as maliszewski. Let's just quickly put him on the board. But the reason why b1rch player is so important to mention is, well, not only was b1rch player one of the most unique players, he was also one of the fastest rising ones, as he got to rank 5000 in the first year of playing the game, and in the next one he was on the brim of entering top 300. But similar to maliszewski, although his top plays would paint him as a regular aim farmer, if one were to look past that and see the horizon on the other side, they'd see a monster.
Yep.
Over those following years, he developed an insane ability for reading and aim control, especially on gimmick maps. One of the best examples for this is him FCing the ending of Polygon, then FCing the entire map 6 months later, and then FCing the map with Hidden just 3 months after that. And the great thing about this map in particular is that it isn't an unexplainably hard map like some tech maps. You can just take a look and imagine the aim control needed for a play like that.
He's so crazy.
And remember, this was early 2022. He would then gain some tournament experience by participating in both OWC 2022 and 2023 to represent South Korea. And on the biggest stage in 2023, he would do this.
Live here for South Korea. We're going to the next final Kiai, the ending of this map, 400,000 score separating them. There's still a chance with these chain miss potential here, but Henry drops. That has to be solidified now for South Korea. b1rch player leading the charge. The spaciest streams of the map here coming through. Can b1rch player close it out? One of the best scores that could suffice in this tournament. Hit the jumps. b1rch player, you are a beast. How do you do it? The best score in this map by far. The best score maybe of the tournament. W in smoke. Completely shredded.
No way.
A Hard Rock FC on Blue Zenith during
in
an
that
OSU
tournament
World Cup match.
World
His
Cup,
name
what
is one
the
of
fuck?
the most ironic parts about him, and it would be proven even more so later. In the grand finals of OWC 2023, in the most intense match, not just of the year, but possibly the decade, he would ironize his name even more.
Full combo for the United States. Carter and Algoritmo both going down in this part. Kama's going to drop again, but that's not the one you need to drop. It's Vaxay with the drop for USA now. Algoritmo drops Amamiya Kokoro to follow, and it's worst HR player versus the world. Takedo to drop. It's just Rectagon now for the United States, and this 1v1's in the favor of Korea. It's worst HR player continuing the form he held in the first bout of Grand Finals.
The worst HR player is blowing the world away. The world is watching an absolutely mesmerizing play. One of the best scores, maybe, of the tournament. 800,000 scoring final player. Hit this.
That guy's still unreal.
Come on.
No, that shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a thing to this day.
Combo for worst HR player. This is truly the pinnacle of Osu World Cup performances.
Damn.
Because of his unreplicable performances, parallels were drawn between him and Faker, the greatest League of Legends player.
And because he's Korean.
Is that comparison justified? Because although Faker can't really be disputed, worst HR player had rivals. Specifically Maliszewski, who he had finally met in a tournament setting. And this time there was potential for him to face off against one another because of the format of SSOT. But although a full one-on-one matchup wouldn't happen yet, there were still moments of the two flexing on everyone else, like the 3-mod 2v2, which was a perfect map for both players.
They continue to hold these FCs, Dooms. Again, this is an 8-star low aim tech map that both of these players are FCing right now with Hidden. The spacing changes on these streams are just absurd. Both of them still holding. There goes M2I4 on the chain miss, though.
I kind of want to play that.
Specifically,
never mind.
So crazy. Maliszewski finally gets the break. It's just bottom left.
I know we talked on the last map about how throughout the year in 2023, Maliszewski and nnamqahc were the two players in the conversation.
The overall matchup was really close, with both teams trading almost each and every single point. However, after this 2v2, Maliszewski put himself into the highest gear possible and decided that it was time to carry on to the grand finals.
And there goes the match. It's Maliszewski with the full combo, and Nahu's on the reverse choke, and Suntan are going to win the winners finals. They will secure top 2. They will.
It looks like the power team Suntan will be the first team guaranteed in that grand final of SSOT 2024.
And although I Am Korean 2 would fall into the losers bracket, they would just as quickly climb back out and face Suntan in the grand finals. The first pick would be DT2v2, which would unfortunately go to I Am Korean 2. But then, the next pick was Hidden 1v1, and the subsequent players chosen from both teams were Maliszewski and worst HR player. This marked the first time that they would face off one-on-one, but since this was a low AR hidden map, worst HR player would seemingly take the lead.
Forum did find a miss, so it's not the FC, but does it really matter right now? Up not quite 100k at this point, does drop the combo, does drop the accuracy there, and now Maliszewski actually does have the combo, and he's still making this work. We're now 10k away, Dooms. Like, this is going back the way of Suntan. He finally drops. Forum is just barely ahead at this point. It's about a 2k lead or so, less than 5k to bring home the win on this first pick for I'm Korean 2, and there it is, 34k.
And although Maliszewski got pretty close to winning the map, him breaking combo ultimately allowed I Am Korean 2 to secure another point. He would, however, fire back in the next map, being the top scorer in his team and in the entire lobby. The two teams would continue to trade points until they were 5-3. And with how both teams were performing, I Am Korean 2 had a solid chance to reset the bracket. But there was someone who just didn't want that to happen. Suntan having Maliszewski and nnamqahc in their team was the ultimate trump card, as both players were instrumental in the team's 4-map win streak, ultimately securing the team the victory and $2,000 on top of that. And actually, comparing the performances between Maliszewski and worst HR player on maps that they both played on together, in the finals match, they were equal on top scoring. And in the grand finals, the tide slightly shifted to worst HR player to 4-3. So now Maliszewski had 3 major opponents. Not only was it nnamqahc and Henry, but now it was also worst HR player. Side note, I would have added Rectagon, but they just don't face each other. Like, ever. Considering Corsai's closed was less than a month away, these 4 players are sure to be there and very likely to face up against one another. So in preparation, what could maliszewski do?
Train.
What score could he output to signal that he is not to be messed with?
I actually don't know the song.
A 250 BPM 8-minute tech map, 1.1k
Oh,
choke.
for instance, I think I know, maybe, but I'm not sure.
250 BPM 8-minute long tech map with hidden. maliszewski without a doubt was one of the best, if not the best tech players in the game, but a score like this really...
Wait a second. Okay. I was about to say, but like, I thought I had like 15,000 reach, I didn't even notice, but now I still have like, what, 27 to go? We might even reach 15k today. Might. I should probably like install more shorter maps, so we definitely can. And yeah, let me actually do that right now, why not, right? Open Discord and go to this, actually go there. Let's quickly like finish the map. Or do we? Yes, let's finish the map first and then we can do that.
Solidifies the ladder. And only over a year after this score was set was it even kind of
gain more
matched.
SS?
Because this is
no.
still the only notable hidden score on the map. This level of skill and consistency would further prosper as he would FC Ghost of the Past with Hidden, the 2022 OWC Grand Finals tiebreaker. And of course, not only is this the only Hidden FC, it's the only FC period. Not to mention that the accuracy is out of this world. If scores like these don't bring fear to other players, I don't know what does. But then again, we have to remember the square of the 4 rivals. They all have incredible skill on almost every single type of skill.
Let's quickly like download every map. Let's do this, go there, bam, open. Voila. Should be all like, let's go by rank achieved. Yeah. Let's see if it loads. It should load. Oh, quite a long session. I haven't played like monsters and like constantly like in so long. I mean, we have a 3-hour session right now. There's someone trying to sell their bots. Ban. That was my fastest ban ever. I'm not even kidding. I was so fast on that. I shocked myself. Dude, look at this tracker right here. Jesus. Plus 2 hours played. Plus 223. 58 total score. Like 28 million rank score. We get a thousandth of a level. We got a score rank? What, really? What score rank are we anyway? Is the bot dead? I think the bot is actually dead. Is it? No, it's not. It's not. What score rank am I? Ranked score 140, right? Oh, page 3, of course. 140. Oh, I overtook Canoob. Yeah, at the beginning of the stream. How much? We need 500 million for the next one. For Is it an L or an I? Looks an I to me. Dude. Crazy. 12,000 A ranks. Ui. Alright. Let me open the maps. And then download each of them. Right. Also direct. Put this away. Bam. This app is not currently available for download. Is there a b1rch? Does it work if I download it on b1rch? Let me see. It works. God bless. Alright, then this one. 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 Oops. Then this one. Then this one. Then this one. Then this one. And this one. This one. Second last. Nice. And the last one. And then open these, put them just in here. Alright, let's go. Only how much is that? 26 S ranks. I will keep an eye open on them. Then we can maybe take a quick break from the completion to watch the thing. Right. I put it on left side. I think left side is the play. Like right here. You shouldn't play. You still. Can you see? No, you cannot see it. Oh, I see. I'm gonna put it here. Oh, do I? Yeah, okay. Continuing.
Deal.
I'm lying. We need to open some packs. Dude, I missed out on like 4 packs. If it opens, it doesn't open. Oh, it does. Okay. Can you still see if there's like this overlay of the thing? Oh yeah. Wow. Don't even have to like close it. We got a shiny. Which one? Which one is this? Oh, this one. J. Gianni. Then we got a Dezu. Then we got a Penguinzy. That's a good profile picture. Kirby fan 1342. Lulw. That's a good name, Lulw. Oh, so many uncommons. I think this might be the most. Oh my god, weed enjoyer. Oh my god, you are cutie. Holy shit. Is it that guy that I think about? Is it that guy? Yeah, it is that guy that I'm thinking about. Jesus, this guy is a mad lad. Let me. I wanna favorite him. You are cutie. Oh, favorite. Okay, pull. 3 more packs. A bot Kivek. It's a bot actually. Wow. What does this bot do? That's a cool one though. And then you have this one, and then the last one. Please something good. Oh, friends, let's go. And who's Suntan? I mean, there's the team name Suntan that we just like watched. Damn, 20 player. Damn. Damn. Alright. I'm adding friends for sure to my favorites. Friends. Right. We can continue. Let me put a timer for 18 minutes. Right. Alright. Continuing. Finally, actually.
And they possess those skills at a level that's just not rivaled outside of that square. And if anything, Corsai's Closed would prove just that. But before that, there's one tournament I'd like to specify, and that is Blossom Cup 2. Now I can give this tournament the award of one of the biggest nothing burgers, as not only did Maliszewski's team win the tournament without any map losses, but the grand finals didn't even happen, because their opponents forfeited. But that's not why I wanted to point out this tournament in particular. I mean, I've already covered the problems with allowing overpowered teams in team-based tournaments. You see, there is one tournament achievement that Maliszewski didn't yet possess. The most tournament badges. For the longest time, that title belonged to Bubbleman. But now, with Maliszewski and his team winning Blossom Cup 2, Maliszewski would become the player with the most amount of badges, and he probably will be for many years to come.
When Maliszewski overtook you in a badge count, I guess, how did that make you feel?
Fine. I had no reaction to it. I was happy for him. Like, it's awesome to be part of a storied history for a game like this one. What, almost 20 years of history now? And I get to be a significant part of a significant portion of it. Like, someone's gonna beat Maliszewski. Like,
of course,
I beat Toy and Digital Hypno, and someone beat me, and someone's gonna beat Maliszewski in the future. We're all here as part of the journey, not as the epitome of the journey, you know?
But now, it was time for Corsai's Closed 2024. When the players were seated, the closest ones facing each other from the rival square would be maliszewski and b1rch player. Although looking at their first opponents, there was a chance that one of them could fall into the loser's bracket. They would sway any doubt, with b1rch player beating a secret box 6-1 and maliszewski beating Taquito 6-2. Similarly, Maliszewski and Henry would take their first opponents as well, but not yet face one another. In the meantime, maliszewski would face b1rch player. Their match would immediately begin with a bang. 2 in fact, as both b1rch player and maliszewski would secure a breakpoint, winning on opposite picks. But then maliszewski would finally win on his pick, then he would secure yet another breakpoint, and then pick DT1 and FC the map to secure yet another point.
Whoa.
First time. You can't help but be impressed. Take a bow. That is an FC on the DT1 in a single try.
And although b1rch player would get a point for himself, maliszewski would secure the next one and already get to match point. Although this seemed like a done deal, this situation was kind of similar to the one in Roundtable, and because b1rch player wasn't able to participate then, he would shine now.
This map does not have any Hard Rock FCs. As a matter of fact, I think this might be the highest combo on the map so far from Forum.
Unbelievable performance from Forum on that one.
But even when he's under pressure, he pulls off a score like that. 2/3 in. The score lead is not very large now. Forum has to get through them here. It's going to be a challenge. 1k combo though from Forum. Final chorus. A break from maliszewski. And worst Hard player now. A big comeback there. Might just be able to keep this game going, Dimash. Big steal. maliszewski's final pick will go the way of worst Hard Rock player. It's a 2 miss from Forum against a 4 miss from maliszewski with 99%.
Now they had gotten to 5-4, and although maliszewski was still in the lead, it was now Forum's pick, and he would choose the best possible map for himself in this situation, the Construction Star. At the time, the map had only a single FC in the 9 years of its existence. And obviously that one FC came from b1rch player. But if you were to look at the leaderboard, you'd see something magical. His near Hard Rock FC on the map. Yet safe to say that this map was heavily in his favor. But the question is by how much?
A lot.
Remember, this is 2015 mapping.
The way this match has gone, mate, I ain't saying nothing. But one thing we do know is that Forum is in the driving seat here. maliszewski is recovering nicely through that slow part, but 150k, and he's getting further behind here. Halfway. It's not over.
Going to the most difficult part of the map here. Just needs to hit similar to what he's already done. 1800 combo. Here he goes.
Huge snap aim patterns there. Farm still hitting it. And he's through. Final patterns here. More of those 1-8s.
100 combo left to go. Is he going to do it in match? The first ever FC on Destruction Star. I think he's got it.
Oh,
he has. He's done it. Done it. Oh
No
my
way.
god. In match. That's incredible. That's actually incredible.
There is no doubt that, in terms of tapping and aim control, he was one of, if not the best, especially in a tournament setting. And with this performance, maliszewski was too stunned, and b1rch player would take it all.
Simply,
let's go.
Oh my goodness, what a contest, Damage. What a contest we were able to watch here.
What a match. What a fight between these two players. But it's Forum that comes out on top. maliszewski drops to the losers bracket.
The comeback was incredible, not only winning the tiebreaker in a convincing fashion, but having one of the most iconic performances in Osu tournament history, securing another unhinged full combo in a tournament setting. But there will be another historic match on the come-up, maliszewski versus nnamqahc, and it really wasn't certain which player would take the match, with both of them trading point after point. But nnamqahc would be the one to secure the first breakpoint.
Enough for the first breakpoint of the match. How did he hold combo there? He just hit a 50 on that. He misaimed the triple and hit it. nnamqahc, fully misaiming that triple, still hitting it, manages to take the first breakpoint of the match after wiggling those patterns when he didn't need to whatsoever.
Now, although this in
Not
and of
cheesing
itself
patterns
isn't
is such a
anything uncommon,
Giga Chat move.
What is, however, is the next map and maliszewski's performance. Specifically, lack thereof it.
Here we go, moving into the next KI, man. They're still just going crazy on this. Oh no,
no.
This pattern looks so hard.
Somebody's missing here. We're unpausing.
Nnamqahc hit it?
nnamqahc hit it.
Oh no.
Does Malice hit it? Malice's game crashed.
Malice's game crashed.
What had happened was that maliszewski's client decided to end itself in the middle of the match.
What?
A player disconnecting from a match is a very uncommon occurrence, and it happening in a match as close as this one surely put maliszewski off his groove. And the worst part about this was that the point would go to nnamqahc.
maliszewski's PC
Ouch.
turned off mid one of the maps, and the point still went to nnamqahc. Do you know why? Like, they, I guess, allowed it to happen?
Because just the rules of the tournament. That PC turn off could have been for any malicious reason. So they can't really show favoritism to one player.
So nnamqahc would already be at match point, with maliszewski only having 2 points. But wait, this exact scoreline just happened when nnamqahc was matched up against b1rch player. Surely maliszewski could... Yeah, unfortunately that wouldn't be repeated, and nnamqahc would go on to face b1rch player. And maliszewski would fall into the losers bracket where he would have to face nnamqahc. This was the first time
That's
in a
actually
1v1
crazy.
tournament where both of these players were in the losers bracket. This really shows just how fierce the competition was in this tournament. And this match would
One
decide
bad day
which of
and
the
you're
2
gone.
players would fall out of it. But when the time came for the match, someone didn't.
I'm praying we get the nnamqahc maliszewski. Please, nnamqahc.
Yeah, I'm 100% unsure as to what exactly is happening.
nnamqahc at the time had a funny sleep schedule, often streaming and playing well into the night. And since this was an international tournament where players were playing from vastly different time zones, it was almost inevitable that nnamqahc would sleep through at least one. But lucky for him,
Ouch.
even though he was 30 minutes late, he was still allowed to play the match. With some disadvantages. One of the disadvantages was that he just wasn't able to warm up, and that he wouldn't be able to ban any maps. So if there was a specific map that he would absolutely not win against maliszewski on, he was screwed. And him
Had to
having
play
these
it.
disadvantages and not being warmed up would allow maliszewski to win the first 4 maps in a row. nnamqahc would be able to finally secure a point, but that wouldn't budge maliszewski, as he would...
I just noticed. I reached 25,000 clears yesterday, I guess. What the fuck? Damn. Yeah, it's like 1/4 way to 100,000. And like, so basically 4 more times, or like 4.5 more times, 4 to 5 more times for completion. Ah, it's easy.
Pick nnamqahc 6.
It's easy.
Low approach rate reading fest.
It was like 6 p.m. for him.
For a player like maliszewski. And
No way.
maliszewski knew that it wasn't going to be his point, even slightly crashing out when not being able to read a pattern. So this map would smoothly go by and maliszewski could
Keep going. Oh my... Wait,
what? Did he DC?
Crash?
What happened?
He crashed again.
He's assessing this. What? No! I refuse. I categorically refuse. No! It happened again.
Maliszewski's client had crashed once again. However, this time, because of how much bigger his score was at the time of the client crashing, nnamqahc wouldn't get the point, which is kind of insane to think about. The map was simply that much more favorable for maliszewski. And even though nnamqahc would secure 2 additional points, the match would come to a close at 7-3.
That is going to steal it.
I think that's gonna be GG. maliszewski continues to just shred this map. An unbelievable performance from him on this hidden 3, hitting all of those patterns. Very, very well done from maliszewski.
Only an hour left, or like 55 minutes.
Break early on
that doesn't really feel like real.
With this,
like this video doesn't feel like too long.
Able to take revenge on nnamqahc from the previous.
The editing is so so crisp.
In a very dominant fashion. And even though this map will feature a lot of maps that were much more in favor for maliszewski, and nnamqahc was permitted from banning those maps, the fact still remains that he not only beat nnamqahc 7-3, but also beat him when his client even wasn't working. And maliszewski would go and face a familiar foe, nnri, who was sent into the losers bracket by b1rch player. So not only did maliszewski have the opportunity to rematch nnamqahc, but also now nnri, all in the same tournament. But when the match came, nnri kicked things off with a breakpoint and winning on his pick, getting an immediate 2-0 lead. nnri's advantage on speed was really paying off, and considering how great he was at almost everything else on the map pool, this would probably be a very intense match. If it was anyone else but maliszewski on the other side. Seven maps in a row. 7 against one of the best tournament players at the time. Although I do use the phrase one of the best tournament players, maliszewski and his rivals list were some of the best around. Each one, if they were to face against someone else, had a really great chance at taking it home. But sometimes what you can gauge through statistics is not what will happen in reality. One of my favorite sentences relating to this comes from a CSGO player by the name of Flusha. When he was asked who had the best aim in the game, this was his answer.
The one who has the best aim is the one who has the best day.
And truly, sometimes that is what it comes down to. And so now it was time to see who would have the better day in the grand finals, maliszewski or b1rch player. Although maliszewski would need to secure a bracket reset, the answer still wouldn't be that simple. On one side, there was a long-standing tournament beast, and on the other was an up-and-coming one who was able to full combo maps in a tournament setting that most can't in any setting. But sometimes you can ask who will have the worst day, and that answer would come a day before the tournament match would even take place. Top players b1rch and Grandmaster would drop a document that alleged that b1rch was not legitimate in his play. The timing of this document dropping is definitely something that was
oh, I forgot about this.
But maybe the evidence was super recent, maybe even from the matches within the tournament. I mean, surely 2 top players would understand the ethics behind dropping a document like this, especially considering how many top players have been falsely accused in the past. You fool. Looking at the document, it states that this investigation had been in the works for nearly 4 years, which is an insane timeline.
The only reason is because
would represent 4 years
it's
of
off
work.
screen. The cursor is off screen.
Was his
some bullshit.
Rate. The age-old accusation
also this.
He's improving too quick, therefore he's a cheater. This argument has been used countless times in the past against players like b1rch, nnamqahc, whitecat, even maliszewski, who all then went on and became some of the most generational players. And we have to remember that this doesn't come from a random accusee, but actual top players. There should be a proper standard follow.
There's so much more weight
slop.
by their
The
messages
was his
because
weird
they're
cursor
like
jump
much more
at the
known.
beginning of his plays. And the only way that they were able to replicate such movements with worst HR player settings was with the help of cheats. Now, this would be some solid ground for questioning. If it wasn't disproven almost immediately.
No. Oh my god, you didn't even have to replicate anything. You literally just needed to try it once with the same tablet.
Okay, so now they've gone 0 to 2 in terms of evidence. So, what is next?
Oh my god, design this one.
Wait, that's it? Yeah, this document that was allegedly in the works for nearly 4 years had nothing else. But Grandmaster did tweet a now deleted post stating, "Now nothing is entirely concluded, but I guess no more secrets. We are going public with all of this. We have a lot of material we didn't include and we rushed to get this out thinking it was conclusive. Again, a major communication error. Spoiler alert, no new evidence arrived. This statement is pure and utter insanity. Like, what do you mean you have a lot of material you didn't include and rushed this?
Why?
This is not some draft of a novel. This is some serious accusation. This statement is also a pretty big Freudian slip on why they decided to release the document at that specific
4 years.
time. Not only before one
It's
of the biggest matches of the
quickly
year,
put
if
together
not
one.
the decade, but also while Worst HR Player was sleeping. Worst HR Player would release a live play on one of the maps he was accused of improving on too quickly and replicating the weird cursor movements. Although it wasn't one of those full PC boot up live plays show task manager, most people were on Worst HR Player's side, and this was more of a, yeah, okay, he good. Plus he only really needed to prove 2 things, which he did. Although the 2 players would apologize, Grandmaster in a more personal way, and b1rch would make this we apology, the effects of this document were beyond detrimental. Possibly the most unfortunate consequence was that the accusations and everything that spiraled out heavily affected Worst HR Player's mental, so much so that he forfeited the match against maliszewski. And honestly understandably so. Having such massive figureheads against you in such a spotlight can affect anyone, especially someone who is relatively new to the scene. Not to mention that the accusations came from people who should have known better. What would have been a historic match, whether it been close or not, turned out to be a hard lesson for the players and the community.
Heartbreaking.
Even maliszewski
It's so
believes
heartbreaking.
that Form would have won, since the mappa was much more lenient towards him, we will never know what could have come out of that match. We've seen more than enough times that stats do not predict outcomes with a high degree of accuracy, especially in OSU tournaments. And that statement is even more so true because the 2 would never face each other again. Especially now that, spoiler alert, Worst HR Player has long quit the game, so the rivalry will be left at a single map in SSOT. Well, there was a
that's so
small light
sad.
at the end of the tunnel. The pair would face each other in a show match.
Oh wait, what?
Unlike in a typical match where the player who got the most score would get a point, the show match's winner was decided by who got the most total score out of all of the maps played. And just how many maps would they play? 17.
Jesus.
Almost every single one, besides 2 speed picks. Because of course, the map is very hyped up and
Oh, that's a good one. Because of course. Because I need to open some packs. I am not addicted, guys. I am not addicted. Not addicted, guys. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Nothing, okay. Hold up. No. Next. Nope. Communism. Oh. Something. Please. mflow. mflow. Not featured artist. How dare he. Also gone. From the hit show Hunter x Hunter. Next one is Effect. Ow. This guy. Pro Overwatch DPS player. Ooh, I see. Oh wait, Effect? Wait a second. Effect. Overwatch. Wait a second. This guy. Best player. Is he number 1? Now it kinda like clicked. Is he number 1 in Overwatch? What's his total approximate 11k? That's good though. Yeah. He was an Overwatch guy. I see. Next one is Shiny. Kakalote. And second last one. Tosu? Yo, that's a good profile picture, by the way. Hold up. Toast is a good one. Okay, then another. Okay, 2 actually, because in 8 seconds. That's okay. I think this guy is good, right? Yeah, this guy's pretty good. See the thing, good. And last one. McDonald and Hy-Vee. Damn. Right. 19-minute timer. Continue playing.
Both players performed like no one else. And
oh my god,
maliszewski
Scooper!
would be the score
How are you
winner in
doing?
the end. It was insanely close considering just how many maps they both played. But the sad news wouldn't end there either. 10 days after the show match, maliszewski would put out a tweet stating that he will be playing the game less. The immense amount of grinding
Nice to
number
hear.
of
Yeah, watching the Malice
participated
video.
in and was participating in took too much time out of his life. Although this didn't mean that he was quitting the game, tournament appearances would be on the decline.
Oh,
But one
God.
of the tournaments he was stepping out of would be the Osu World Cup.
Ouch.
Similarly, his solo play activity would also decrease, primarily focusing on getting as many number 1 scores as possible. And he had become one of the best at that. But as for PP plays, his tradition would sadly be no more. But that didn't mean that he completely stopped playing tournaments. Nor did it mean that maliszewski and b1rch player wouldn't see each other in a tournament as teammates.
That's so good.
Not only would the two pair up, but joining them were intercambing, Kriller, gnahus, Mathy, and much more firepower. But that didn't mean that they would have an easy time. If anything, at a certain point, it seemed like they would come in second, as they lost to Fresh Off the Boat, a team with an equal standing. However, in the grand finals, Kotomiler would put up 2 stellar runs and ultimately win the tournament, not only securing a badge for the entire team, but also a joyful ending to the dread that b1rch player had to face. Speaking of face to face, around this time last year, maliszewski was in Los Angeles and participated in the roundtable. Sadly, that was no longer something that was happening, but there was something similar. Lucky for the Europeans, there is this little thing called Cavo Sosu event, better known as COE. It is quite possibly the biggest Osu event that happens every year around the last third of the summer. People from all around the world, primarily Europe, come together to spend a week in a massive convention dedicated to Osu and the community. It's honestly one of the most impressive spectacles that has come out of the game, especially considering the attendee count. And for the last 2 years, there was a 1v1 LAN tournament hosted, the previous year's winner being Kriller, and a winner he was, as he clean swept Flying Tuna in the grand finals. There were a total of 16 participants that qualified prior to the event and would face each other in a single elimination tournament. Although that means that there would be way less matches played than in a double elimination one, the tournament is ran on a tight schedule.
Yeah.
But the difference between an online tournament and one
Crazy
in
how big
person
COE is now.
immense,
Dude, I wish
especially
I
because of
was
the
there
live
one day.
audience.
Of COE girlfriends are sweeps, by the way.
If you compare
What are
this
sweeps?
to an online tournament, they
Oh,
almost feel a bit
grand
empty
finals.
and depressing,
Damn, what
which
the
is why
fuck?
it is very important
Girlfriends.
to have broadcasting. And although for the earlier matches the skill difference between the opposing sides was overbearing if anything, there were some faces that we have seen before. Besides maliszewski, a returning figure was Kriller, and joining them in the COE square were Bubbleman and nnamqahc. As previously mentioned, Bubbleman up until very recent was the most decorated tournament player in terms of badges, being dethroned by none other than maliszewski. nnamqahc, on the other hand, was primarily known for his insane speed abilities, being one of, if not the most consistent speed players in the game. But something not many people realize is his prowess in tournaments, as he was a pretty pivotal team member in maliszewski's team in Blossom.
By the way, nnamqahc. Now, do you wanna make me a thumbnail really quickly? Because I'm gonna upload this VOD on the VOD channel. Do you wanna maybe just like upload the thumbnail and put my face on it? Could you do that? Like just take the thumbnail from here and like put my face like on the right or left side. Wait, let me give you a picture. This side, right? Okay, that's good, that's good. You want another one? Thank you, man.
Some Cup 2. But because he would face up
Very
against
simple one.
maliszewski, who had way greater tournament experience, he would only manage to get a single point, that being a speed map.
Oh, maliszewski's on his phone.
He's on his phone.
Yo, take a selfie.
Let's take it. Let's do it.
Sigma bar.
And he would go on to fight for 3rd place against either Bubbleman or Kriller.
Average
The
react
match was
thumbnail
one of the
too.
closest ones by far, with both players being neck and neck for very long portions of the maps. Although Kriller had the upper hand, getting to match point first, Bubbleman was not far behind, especially on the next pick.
And 3rd for Bubbleman. Does he hold through? One more, and he does it, G-Man! The clutch gene is in there again. I said he had a chance, and he shook his head at me. He said no, but he's in this now. One more cut section. It's also missed now. But it's still close. But Kriller needs to miss. Hold on. No way. One miss. Bowman, please. Just a little bit more. Is there enough time? No, there's no.
Oh.
Give a round of applause for both of our players. Please, hands up, everybody.
A 3,000 point difference.
Damn.
If the map were just a couple of seconds longer, Bubbleman could have pushed the match to tiebreaker. But although the match had multiple cheek-clenching points, in the end the German warrior Kriller came out on top.
I see Kriller as having taken a similar path to maliszewski. He appeared somewhere around about 2020 and just started getting really good at tournaments. Never really peaked above top 100 for very long. Has always been focused on just being good at the game rather than being a good leaderboard player. And that shows really heavily because he is incredible at most skill sets and has very similar weaknesses to maliszewski, namely tapping, like very high BPM tapping. Really, in theory, they're almost one and the same. They're definitely the top 2 EU players at the moment. I think Kriller has always been chasing Malish's coattails a little bit, but does what he enjoys in the same way maliszewski does what he enjoys.
The interesting thing about this match was that anytime the audience camera was shown, there was someone specifically watching. Sitting in the very front row was maliszewski. In just a week's time, the two would go from being on the same team in Resurrection Cup and both securing the highest position there, to now facing one another in the grand finals of one of the biggest in-person OSU tournaments. Two figures that have often formed to make forces that shatter any competition in their way, now face against one another to show the world who is the one not to be slain. The match would start off with a bang, both players securing over 99% accuracy scores, but maliszewski would win by slightly less than 100,000 points. Then Kriller would get another fantastic score, but maliszewski was just a bit more consistent. Then maliszewski would strategically choose True Blue, because he knew that he was better at speed than Kriller. then a similar pattern would emerge. Kriller would get a very promising score.
Astro sexy?
Maliszewski
What
was
the fuck?
simply more consistent. And so Maliszewski would get to match point without a single loss.
Look, I hate to be a hopeless optimist here, but there are still a lot of maps in the pool that Kriller can win on. I know it really dives straight to Maliszewski is in form that we don't see very often at a LAN setting. Like, this is ridiculous here.
And although it was Kriller's pick, there wasn't much that Maliszewski didn't have equal or better odds on.
Here we go, Angel Salad. Kriller's deeming saving grace into this match. Thirds as well, both players on a tear so far. Kriller has to wait for a break from Maliszewski. He's got to try and hold, but he can't do it. And Maliszewski still has the combo alive. Hits all of the control. Maliszewski! It's beautiful, man. Maliszewski is making a tear. How on earth is he hitting all of this so far? 1,000 comboing throats. Everything hits here from the Polish star. If there's anything we know about Maliszewski, one of the best in the world, one of the greatest of all time, be it in any environment, be it in LAN, be it any time, Maliszewski's the king, and he is your COE UK AIM champion.
He is something else, man.
Invincible.
He is something else.
Wait a second.
Something else, man.
Invincible.
Invincible. Ah, that's a good one.
He is something else.
Their celebration is beautiful. It shows that at the end of the day, participating in history is much more beautiful than making history alone. And this match would show once again that, although on paper, Maliszewski cleared Kriller, they both performed to
My
a
game
level
was
like not many there.
like frozen.
Finals, you showed no mercy.
How long was it frozen for?
Tore this map pool apart. How do you feel about winning in such a great fashion, and what does that say for you and your fans at home?
Polska Górom!
Polska
Thank
Górom!
you guys for all the support. It really means a lot for me. Yeah, I didn't expect myself to play this well today. And it really
Good 5 to
improves
10
my
minutes.
confidence.
Jesus.
Yeah, I have no words. No words.
But nonetheless, the undoubtable reigning champion of COE 2024 was Maliszewski. Another clean sweep. On top of winning the tournament and securing yet another badge, Maliszewski would also get 1,500 euros. However, 500 euros of that money, Maliszewski would give to Malteser, but for a pretty wholesome reason. You see, traveling can be pretty expensive, and for some reason for Eastern Europeans, traveling to the Netherlands is far more expensive than any neighboring country. So, to give Maliszewski the opportunity to perform, Malteser made an investment. He said that he knew he would win, so why not give the money if he would earn it back anyways? And to be fair, Maliszewski more than delivered, as he only lost a single map in the tournament, which was a speed map against none other than nnamqahc,
Ah, of course.
literal best speed
Yeah,
player
of course.
in the game. Honestly, it's pretty safe to say that he's the tournament king online and offline. And although he would decrease his play count to less than 1,000, he would still perform like the king he is. Another year and another Corsace. And what is Corsace without more and confusing changes? Okay, to be fair, this one wasn't as confusing, it just basically had 2 group stages. Joining Maliszewski were once again Worst HR Player, Intercamping, nnamqahc, and the formation of the Polish trifecta from Resurrection Cup. And typically the other tournament beasts would reside in other teams, but not this time. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about this roster. I mean, do I even have to show you the results? Yeah, they won, and only lost a single map. What is there to say? Well, although the videos aren't archived for this tournament, what are the actual match statistics. So, Maliszewski, even while playing alongside the best in the game, out of the 21 maps that he played, he was a top scorer on his team 15 out of those 21 times. And he was the best performer on his team 9 out of the 21 times. So yeah, even though Maliszewski was playing the game a bit less, he was still performing like he always does. But to end the year, there's one last tournament that I want to cover from 2024.
and it's Kanyo Cup number 5. Although I previously mentioned Kanyo Cup, I never quite explained why and how it's a different tournament from the many others. Although it has the standard double elimination 4v4 basics, the tournament features 3 different divisions, all to accommodate the wide rank range of players eligible to join. Otherwise, 90% of players wouldn't be able to make it, and teams are formed differently from the other tournaments. If you remember Mercenary Shop 3 from the very beginning of the video, it is very similar, though you subtract the money and, well, it's basically just like picking teammates in school sports. Maliszewski was picked by Badball, and they named their team Responsible Investors. A pretty fitting name considering that the team has Maliszewski, Welter, Milos, One Tabby, and more players. Although it isn't a super team like in Corsai's Open 2024, none of the teams are. This resulted in way more interesting matches right from the get-go. Like, you don't typically see 2 tiebreakers in the very first weekend of any tournament. And although Maliszewski's team would struggle, falling into the losers bracket very early on, they would manage to get to the grand finals where Maliszewski would flex on everyone as per usual. First, they would secure a bracket reset, which was a fairly close matchup. But during the second set, Maliszewski would get not 1, not 2, but 5 full combos to overthrow the opponents and win the second set 7-1. It was actually super refreshing to see actual competition in a team-based tournament for once. Even if the very last match was a near clean sweep, many others were far from it. This does show that team restrictions can lead to more intriguing matches all throughout the tournament. But this seemingly simple fix causes another issue. Most top players are friends and they want to play together, which is why you don't see many other top players in these kinds of tournaments. But this is ultimately the difference between someone like Maliszewski and many other top players. Maliszewski enjoys playing tournaments, and it's something that he outlined in his recent announcement. And although this would be the last tournament of the year for him, it wouldn't be the last thing for him in that year. On December 29th, a map by the name of Distorted Love Song was ranked, and it's quite possibly the most Maliszewski map possible. 7 minutes long, 9-star jumps and bursts, with a BPM of 240, and an overall difficulty of 10. So getting good accuracy is as hard as it gets. And Maliszewski would get a 6-miss run with 99.30% accuracy, and it's the score you can see of his on the lead.
Damn!
But what if I told you this isn't even Maliszewski's best score?
99.5? .6 going up. Not okay. That's just not okay. I think this might be my first A rank.
2 misses and 99.51% accuracy.
My first A rank.
The definition.
I'm not going back to fix this. Do I go back? I'm going back to fix it.
Score like this on this map of the same caliber.
Jesus.
Is Maliszewski himself. But because the score has more PP, this is the one you see on Maliszewski's profile. But because it has less score than the other one, you don't see this on the map's leaderboard. Because there was still time left in the year, Maliszewski would get one more special score. You see, Maliszewski hasn't really been known for really high BPM plays, especially with the inflation of what counts as speed. Although he does have some of the best flow aim in the game and consistency, stamina on BPMs above 240 is something that had been lacking. But over the last year, there was one stream map that he would occasionally play. The map features some of the hardest space streams in a ranked map. Not to mention that this difficulty spikes occurs 3 different times on the map, with the hardest one being the very last one. The combination of these things is a surefire way for any top player to lose their run, but Maliszewski is not one of them. This was an insane way to end off the year, breaching the 20,000 raw PP barrier, earning a total of 16 tournament badges, surpassing 2,300 number 1 scores, and becoming the most decorated player
White Cat
in terms of
Divas.
badge count.
Can you stop talking about White Cat and the
2024 was
Germans?
one of the greatest years
Every
for
match
Maliszewski.
is always
Although
about White Cat.
2025 would be a bit more quiet, Maliszewski's tournament appearances would
Astral
state the
Empire,
opposite.
White Cat.
2025
Every
is an
fucking one.
interesting year for Osu, especially in the tournament scene, because many of the highly acclaimed tournaments were cancelled.
Oh my god.
Those include both Corsai's Open.
Of course, of COVID. But we have some also gacha to go. Oh, packs. I love packs. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Hello? Did it die? Hello? Website? Are you working? Is the website dead? I think website is dead. Also, let's go to Mutualify because I wanna see. Is anyone following me? Oh my god! Peaks? Yes, what? Oh, this guy is good. This guy is epic. This guy is very good. I like this guy. This guy is epic as fuck. And we got Canoop. Am I not following Canoop? I should have. And then CCR. Who's CCR? Also, a completionist. Ranked score player. Let's go. New followers. Let's go. We take that. Hold up. Hold up. Am I missing any? I really wanna like fill the gaps. There's like Dash, right? I could probably unfollow, but I like this guy's YouTube content recently. You have Tillerino. This is probably the last person I will unfollow because it's one of my IRL friends. Like a person that I actually know, like IRL. Then also I talked to them literally like an hour ago during the stream. Sometimes I like look down, type something that is basically the person. back in his comments. I mean, I shot him a message on also. Yeah. Then also Lasse, I just love his mapping. Like person, like also top players, but like top players, you know, that's just a thing. Who would be the cool? Yeah, Malice, of course. I think out of here the top people that I would like to have, what's it called? A mutual would probably be Malice, Shige, Ryuke, Easy Champ, of course, and yeah. Honestly, all of them, but like Amod count because he's like the #1 German. Zutinator probably also very good, but like out of them, the least one wanted would probably like be Plasma or Hyok. But like I still would like to like have like their friendship. Also Chaos Stats. Like look at this guy. Just look at this. There's 4 things right here. He has 3 titles. Jesus, Got easy champ neutral by spectating him and saying nothing. Great. I should try that. I recently raided him, I believe. Or did I? No, I was just in his chat, and he called me the goat. He called me the goat. Have you seen my Twitter? I posted it. I posted it. Where is it?
Yo, what's up, Atsorko? Oh my god.
Yo, what's up, Atsorko? Oh my god. Oh, I feel like a small child. I got like 14 cans of cocaine when he said that.
And
like, damn.
closed, Kanyo Cup, and the Perennial, just to name a few. This is for a couple of reasons, mainly that people had been losing interest in them. Those include viewers, players, and organizers especially. Not enough people were interested enough to invest time and effort into them. But there were still some, like Kel 3, a 1v1 LAN tournament in Poland. And although it primarily was a Polish
Dude, I want to go
event,
to Kel 3 as
there were
well.
many players from different countries that participated.
Also, let me check, is it still not working?
Maliszewski,
It actually
Nair,
just broke
Fancy
again.
Lad,
Wow.
Tightfrost, Bubbleman, Raft GPO, and many others. So how would Maliszewski fare up against some of the best players from their respective countries?
Yeah, this guy holds back for no one, with the only person who got relatively close to beating him being Raf GPO, taking 3 points to his name. But although the winner was a predictable one, it didn't take away from the impressiveness of the overall LAN event. They had great casters with the likes of Bubbleman, Spaza, Shiba, Blanktap, and a few more. The whole organization of the tournament was beyond impressive, considering just how small Osu is as a community compared to any other competitive game that has LAN events. And if you are interested, the event is also happening this year, 2026, so go and support them any way you can. Although maliszewski was able to breeze through this tournament, there was a certain figure waiting for him in every other one possible. If we take a look at the rivals list, we can cross out worst HR player, as he had unfortunately quit the game. nnamqahc wasn't as active in the tournament scene, and the gods were doing everything in their power to never put maliszewski and Rectagon in one lobby outside of team-based tournaments. So maliszewski's rival for 2025 was clear. Because of how both players perform in tournaments, it was no longer certain who is the better performer. Both are eerily similar in many of the tournament's skill sets. So the best way to find the answer is for them to challenge one another. Laser is another client for Osu. Although it's supposed to be the future for it, many people still stick to the stable client. But to advertise it more and combat the issue, the Osu team created the Laser Grand Arena tournament. As the name suggests, the tournament was played on the Laser client, so it utilized some special features, like instead of just using double time, certain maps had more specific speeds applied to them, not just the typical 1.5 times multiplier. On top of that, this tournament takes a unique approach to determining the winner of a match. The players play 2 maps. The one who has more score after the 2 maps gets the point, and the first player to get 3 points wins the set. On top of that, the tournament is split into 2 weeks. During the first one, only 8 of the 32 players move on to play in the main brackets. And because of how the players were seeded, both maliszewski and nnamqahc had a little struggle getting to the main bracket. There, maliszewski would pave the wave and take down Taquito, Flying Tuna, and Xylus to advance to the grand finals, only losing a single set against Xylus. On the other end was nnamqahc, who was coming from the losers bracket, as very early on he lost against Xylus. However, his performance in the losers bracket would tell a story of angst. The other thing about Laser Grand Arena is that there is no bracket to be reset, so both grand finalists have an equal opportunity no matter what. This would also mark the first time in over a year that these 2 players would meet in a 1v1 setting, and to say that these 2 are the closest thing to perfect rivals we've ever seen would be more than justified. The first set would go to nnamqahc, as he got an incredible lead on his double time pick. And in the following set, nnamqahc would once again pick a DT map, and he would full combo it.
Dude, every time,
but so did maliszewski. And because he got a slightly better score,
every time like Malice loses, it's because of DT. DT speed.
It's his protect, and he's used it with a plum there. 800k locked in. What a score for maliszewski. 1-1 on the sets, and we've got a game on our hands, Dio.
However, nnamqahc would immediately fire back in the following set, and it would seem like this was nnamqahc's set to take. But the 2 of them would show what the greatest can do.
Insane stuff from both of these 2. It's disgusting behavior. It's poetry in motion. nnamqahc's taking the set, but that was beautiful from both of them. That's insane. I cannot believe they have seeded both of them.
This really is the type of performance you can only see from the very best. And these 2, without a doubt, were. They had simultaneous full combos for the second time in this very match. But because nnamqahc was still in the lead, the set would go to him. However, maliszewski would not let nnamqahc go as easily. He would outclass nnamqahc on his own pick, and then would secure the next set for himself.
Yeah, but maliszewski, he's got Hard Rock 3 and No Mod 1 to try and seal this out, because we're going to set 5, Dio.
And because it was now the tiebreaker set, it had to be a special one. Not only would the 2 be playing the remaining maps left, No Mod 1 and Hard Rock 1, but also the tournament's tiebreaker.
And quite honestly, b1rch and maliszewski are the best players in the world on all of these 3 maps. They are some of the most consistent players with one of the highest skill ceilings in a tournament setting. And it will really show, as on the first map they would both get very good scores, but maliszewski was in the lead by 69,000 points.
Damn.
But then the two would do the unthinkable for the 3rd time in this match.
No issues hitting everything. It's 2630 combo or 2460 combo, I believe, in this map. We are at the end. That is a double FC on Gendarme. Are you
Jesus.
kidding me? b1rch and maliszewski.
Dude, double FCing is like so insane.
3 double F.
Can you close the curtains and do the thumbnail face again? The lighting is annoying. Yeah, sure. Jesus. Chillax. Hold up. And now. I think this doesn't work, so let me put on the lighting. The LED light. Is this alright? Should be good, right? Right. What is this hair? Alright. What do I do? Any other face I should do? Pog face. What else could be good? I actually don't know. That should be good, right? No, I'm back to my looking like a fucking pencil that is like squished way too much. Good enough? No problem. Do I open the window again? Yeah, I do. I cannot sit in darkness. I am not a vampire, not yet. That is actually like looking like fucking Jesus Christ is about to blast into my room, man. Why does it look like that? Why is the thing so sensitive? Jesus. What is this? What is this like line? Do you see this? Like these lines here? Also over here? Like over there? Is it like burning? What the fuck? Is it my keyboard? Because it was like, because I used that thing for my keyboard for the longest time. But it's also like over here and there. Yeah, okay, so you barely see it unless you concentrate.
FCs in this pool, and the 3rd one is on an absolutely legendary map.
You cannot make this up. If there can be an example made for the phrase to be neck and neck, this is the perfect example for it. This was now the 3rd time that both of them would full combo the same map, and it would seem like this would be maliszewski's set to take. But there was still the tiebreaker. The two of them would get through the first half still holding a full combo, but then this would happen.
We're getting into the final drop here. The big real meat and potatoes. maliszewski gets the breaker on the wiggle stream. b1rch still FCing, and now he's clawing that score back. 60k, can he do it?
Lead on the original Dooms. It can look good on paper, but paper isn't all we have to go.
The thumbnail doesn't have to be that good, right? It's just like 2 layers to pictures. I mean, you can do whatever you like. I trust you.
Shows why you don't just go based off what's on paper.
Although b1rch also had broken combo, it was too late to have an effect. And ultimately, he would be the one to end up on top.
Damn.
However, the difference between the two positions could not have been any closer. That's how equal these two are in a tournament setting. This kind of tournament rivalry hadn't been seen in a very
just
good
layers,
while,
like
or
2 pictures.
Really ever. There was always someone in the tournament scene that was the undoubtable king. But with these two players, it was kind of hard to say.
This isn't going on my main channel.
b1rch had the higher mechanics, and maliszewski had a foundation like no one else, on top of his nearly endless tournament experience. Plus, on the land side, maliszewski was the king of Europe.
as he won both Cal 3 and COE 2024. But in the summer of 2025, the official COE Twitter account started to announce specific people that would be attending the biggest OSU LAN event. There were the obvious people from the previous year's tournament like Kriller, nnamqahc, Flying Tuna, and obviously maliszewski. But there were also some faces that were either long not seen or never seen before, like a Secret Box, BTMC, and maliszewski. You see, traveling from Australia to Europe is pretty expensive, not to mention time-consuming and stressful. So there was a reason maliszewski was joining the event this year, the 1v1 tournament. And although some of the game's best tournament players were participating, most viewers' eyes were on two players in particular. And because of how they were seated, if the two were to meet, it would be in the grand finals. And that is exactly where the two would end up.
Our first player, hailing from Poland, burst onto the scene in 2021. And there's been many good players from Poland. Not many thought much of this guy, but he just got better and better and better. And now he's got 70 badges. And his name is maliszewski.
The limit breaker, the fearless. Bring in Mr. nnamqahc.
Mr. Egg.
And go pop off, my friends.
Now, I want to take a different approach at covering this specific match, because I want to convey something very important. This matchup was one of the most nail-biting and intense the two have had, and it was pretty reminiscent of the Laser Grand Arena. But this time they also had an in-person audience. And we have seen how closely these two can perform and get scores of such magnitude that their legitimacy may be questioned. But if this match was of that nature, how is this scoreline possible?
0?
Well, that is the nature of tournaments,
0-6.
and why I want to cover this match this specific way. Even though the headline is maliszewski clean swept maliszewski, that shouldn't be the only takeaway. It is no doubt that maliszewski was performing better, but there
Dude, I should pay more attention to tournaments.
In the very final map, where the greatness of both of these players would be showcased. The two of them were without a doubt the best tournament players there, and their match reflected just that. They got scores on the spot that
okay, was maliszewski like cheating, or was like Malice like had like a bad day, bad sleep?
Nothing could take away from the fact that maliszewski had beaten maliszewski once again, doing it in a LAN setting for the second time.
So would
I was ready to stay up to 4 AM that day and go to sleep early.
Is the greatest tournament we've ever experienced.
Ever is a strong word. I'm not sure if ever. It's absolutely the biggest one that we have right now, because those are the two biggest tournament players right now. I mean, shoot, I can even think of some other ones that are really, really big rivalries right now. Players like Zudinator and Rectagon have definitely a bit of a rivalry going on, with Zudinator, you know, the best player in Canada versus the best player in the USA, right? Both trying to one-up each other for the best in North America. I think best in the world is definitely a bigger rivalry than best in the continent. So I would definitely say maliszewski versus maliszewski is better right now.
Yeah.
I think biggest this decade is something that I can say. Like it's probably the biggest rivalry this decade, because it's been a rivalry for several years now. Still an ongoing rivalry with both of them, you know, trying to lead their team to victory in OWC this year as well. So it happens across both 1v1 tournaments and team tournaments for these two players.
However, for both of them, what was more important than who's the better player is that they both have a fun time seeing what they can bring to the playing field. They are both friends and support each other on and off the field, and it's honestly so wholesome that no matter what the result would have been, they would still continue to be who they are. But then again, this is some sort of COE prophecy that had to be filled. Although it was rather unfortunate seeing maliszewski be defeated no matter how close the maps got, he had the title of COE champion from the previous year. So honestly, it was just a courtesy that maliszewski would receive it as well. But there was one title that he didn't have. In fact, not many players do. I was honestly planning on concluding the video
Oh,
here.
WC.
Maybe touch
Oh,
upon
WC.
some of the
Oh,
tournaments
WC.
maliszewski once
Oh, World Cup.
participated in, like Resurrection Cup 2025
Tell it to
or
me.
AIM Legends
Tell me.
Open.
Oh, WC.
No, there was something missing from 2024.
Yeah.
It wasn't a face-off against some player. It wasn't some specific map, but rather a tournament
WC.
he didn't participate in.
Oh, WC.
The OSU World Cup.
Yeah!
Although Poland didn't do all bad, finishing in the 9th place, maliszewski's lack of attendance was seen and felt. The team was also missing nnamqahc, who is a very trivial and often overlooked player for the roster. This would also reflect in the fact that they qualified as the 11th seed, the lowest they had ever qualified since the whole seeding system was put in place. But it was now a new year. Poland's talent had evolved further. Not only was maliszewski and nnamqahc back, but Poland also had some new rookies. So with Poland having the best possible roster they could this year, how well would they do in qualifiers?
Yup.
The number 1 spot. The highest position there was. Alongside this team performance, their individual stats were just as insane. Maliszewski was the reigning champion above everyone, but if we zoom out slightly, we can see that in the top 5 joining him was Milosz. One player would have already been insane, but 2 in the top 5 and 1 being the number 1 was beyond mind-blowing. For years, the United States reigned over everyone, but those days were numbered, especially that the year prior, USA's 6-year streak was broken by South Korea, who were the second team to have beaten the USA in the last decade, being second only to Poland.
Brawo, kurwa, kurwa!
The 2017 victory is one of the
I
greatest
played this
ones
game
in
for
history,
8 years, Alice,
but
and I
so much
finally
has
got something
changed
out of
since
it.
then, with the only thing that has remained the same,
Wolf.
that Rafis was still on the Polish roster. And for Rafis, this would be his 11th OWC appearance. But besides Poland, there was another country that was just as hungry for a victory. Australia, who qualified as the number 3 seed this year. They had some of the strongest faces in the tournament scene as well, with the most notable one being b1rch. He was for sure the main hunger driver for the team, and these 3 teams would show just how determined they all were. Poland would take down their first 3 opponents with ease, those being the Philippines, China, and Canada, only losing a single map to each country. Their next opponent would be either of the aforementioned teams, who would face off fairly early on, but as quickly as they would meet, the USA would show just why they're still a force to be reckoned with.
The rest, 6-0 still, only dropping points to France.
Ooh, and an unfortunate miss right at the ending of the map from Secret Box. I was about to give a big congratulations for putting up the hidden full combo, but pretty damn close for
Not only did they send one of the strongest teams into the losers bracket, but they did that in the most dominant fashion possible. But what fears people had would be quickly blown off, as Poland would start off their match strong, getting to 5 points while the USA only had 2. However, what seemed like a downward spiral was only a slump for the Americans, as they would tie the score by winning 3 maps in a row.
on the previous map and successful pick here in the Fremont one to bring us both teams' last picks as close as it gets in the winners finals.
We have said for years on end the United States' strength is in its team-wide performance, their ability to have combos somewhere on somebody, and this time it was on everyone.
But Poland would retaliate, with maliszewski and Koibumi one missing the DT1 pick, both nearly repeating what b1rch did just a couple of hours ago. But in the same way, the USA would push forward and get the match to tiebreaker.
Announced, the predictions started coming in. Oh, it's Poland, it's United States, it's Australia. They're the top 3 teams in this tournament. Poland, United States, seed 1 and 2 on a collision course to this winner's final. Just direct path from the start. We have been aimed at this moment, and here we have finally reached it. United States 300K victory on the Hard Rock 1 to force tiebreaker in the winners final.
Although for either of the teams this wouldn't be the end, victory was still very much important. It would not only secure a top 2 finish, but also give the winners advantage. And so being in match point, there could only be one team to guarantee a top 2 finish.
Oh, this music, so hype. Da, 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 da.
Poland had sent the USA to the losers bracket and went on to the grand finals for the first time since 2017, and it was the exact same way as they did it that year. It's hard not to say that this was a surprise to many. Even though Poland's roster was the best that it had been in years, the USA was still the USA, and people's odds were in their favor. But the Poles had a mission of their own, and this mission still wasn't over. In the losers bracket, the USA would face Australia once again, and while they did clean sweep them previously, the Aussies looked completely different.
30,000 points, and it's continuing to grow. It's maliszewski on a 1900 combo and continuing to grow. The United States has a bit of combo on Rectagon and Pez, but it just doesn't matter. It's going to be Australia at 6-3.
This match was so nice to watch. Dude, I believe you. I believe you. I wish I was there. I wish I was there.
Maybe something clicked, or they became even hungrier, but they managed to get to match point while the USA only had 3 points on the board. But similar to them, something also clicked for the United States roster. Just 30 minutes prior, the writing was basically on the wall, but now it was unclear. And considering the USA's experience with high-stakes tiebreakers in OWC, it really wasn't certain.
This is really the last chance here.
A secret box 730 combo, maliszewski 670 combo, United States
6-7.
one player over
D.
100. Their 2 main carry players have the combo when they need it. Will they hold on? Secret box falls, it's all on maliszewski.
Of course,
Now he must
of
hold
course,
through
of course.
basically the rest of the map.
Turn the switch. Can he change into what we know he can be? He's still holding on to this last massive recovery, but does find the miss. And with that, I mean, there's just not much time left, and that's still...
Look at the combo on Atkins and Box and maliszewski into the very end of this map, but it just isn't going to matter. The United States, once more, they snatch...
So sorry, must be disappeared.
No regrets, no regrets. I don't hear a single regret. We did the best we could.
We did so well.
Yeah. We did so unbelievably well.
This was a heartbreaking loss for not just the team, but many in the community. But this...
Dude, look at this. Look at this right here. This is so epic. Thank you, Nam. Thank you so much, man. Oh, this is so cool. Should I print it out? No, no kidding, I'm not printing it out. We're taking it for later. Thank you though. Thank you so much. Dude, I love you. Okay, hold up. I need to just close Discord, I believe, right? Okay. No problem. Thank you, man.
Lost
8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go.
maliszewski's only missing achievement from the many he has was, and still will be, an OWC victory.
No.
But there was still one team who could avenge them. The legendary matchup from 2017 in the most accurate reincarnation. On top of that, Poland had the winner's advantage, which would come very much in hand.
Stop! Rectagon finds a break on a kick slider, but Window Life, he just keeps going! He finally finds a slider break at that, and he makes this map look so easy! And that is going to be a 900k finish for Window Life as the United States 7-1 the first set in a fashion.
About how close we expected this to be. Tiebreaker last week in the winners finals for Poland.
Now, to most people, this would make them draw an understandable conclusion. After all, this kind of dominance favors one type of outcome in people's heads. But it isn't over until it's over.
It's not GG, boys. Poland still has one life. Don't leave yet. It's not over. Okay? It's not over. Poland still has one more life. There's one more match in this, but it's life or death after this match. Bracket reset, boys. Bracket reset. We're still in this.
After a small break, Poland would get another shot and they would immediately begin with a bang, as maliszewski secured one of the craziest DT scores in the tournament. Then the countries would trade points, winning on their own picks, but something magical would happen on the following USA's pick.
He is cooking up a ridiculous score for us here in the grand finals. nnamqahc's post-direct finding the breaks around him. Everyone on the USA finding breaks besides Window Life. maliszewski, the only one left standing. maliszewski finding a break here. Finally, ridiculous score for any player to put up in the grand finals. maliszewski, the hero Poland needed.
maliszewski would prove once again why he is the greatest there is to offer. And to complement this breakpoint, Poland would take the next map as well. This sprint would be abrupted by the USA winning on their own pick and seemingly doing the same on the next map.
It's a four-way reset, and Poland, the hero they needed most, maliszewski, he is not the one full comboing right now. It's the unsung hero, somebody who was playing in rank-restricted tournaments until not too long ago. Somebody, the unknown hero, the Phantom Lord for Poland. He comes out of nowhere, and 700k, it's not going to be the full combo, but it's going to be more than enough to take
from just 416k.
But the US would quickly retaliate, taking the next map.
Rectigon is going to do it. The heroics on the DT pool and the United States on a DT4 that we were sort of wondering if they would be able to pull out now lets them keep the double time 2 open.
This
maliszewski also got it. Dude, there's so many good maps. Good maps. Good players.
However, the duo of maliszewski and maliszewski would not let the flow change.
To try and close this out, they have 2 picks from the United States to try and close this out, and if all else fails, they have access to that exact same tiebreaker. 4 opportunities. The only member of the United States to score higher than anyone on Poland is Boshiman. He's able to outscore Evil Grape and Honey Dip, but that's it. All other members of the United States lower than the lowest score on Poland.
The pressure was at an all-time high for both teams. The highest stakes, the biggest stage, and potentially a repeat of one of the biggest matches in Osu history. Lucky for the US, it was their pick, and they immediately chose a DT map, which is a fair play, considering the US had some of the best players for it, and they even proved their prowess at DT by winning against Australia on a DT map. But let's not forget their opponent in this match.
Knocking on the door here, that's it. Like, you're out. There's no more second chances after this. One more map is all it takes.
The wide angle jumps come through, and the #1 score for the United States from the first set must once again be the hero. We saw it on the DT4. Rectigon was once again show up. Window Life to fight. It is on one player right now. Taquito, 94% bonus. It's another triple miss for Poland, and the United States making this look possible. Rectigon slider breaks, but it's Window Life with the combo. 60k for the United States and a third of the map to go. Dio, who is going to take this into the end? It's anyone's game at the pause.
With any major combo right now, you've got some on nnamqahc and maliszewski. Here's the big death stream. This is 89 notes right here and 81 after those buzz sliders. Everyone on the US is missing. The full chain is correct on the Taquito, gives it back over to Poland, and that might just be the game. There's nobody left with any big combo. It's Window Life and Pez who made it through. The maliszewski and Evil Grape are matching, and that is probably going to be it. That is grand finals. That is
no way.
Winning OWC. Every kingdom has its rise and fall every night.
There isn't much left to say about a player whose profile speaks for everything he represents. His tournament accolades are ones that will not be matched for years moving forward. But even if there comes a player who claims the same position, it will never take away from what maliszewski achieved and did for the tournament scene as a whole. Pushing the skill ceiling of any medium is already challenging enough, but pushing it in one of the hardest areas of the game is all the more impressive. And although there can be said so much about almost every single one of his tournament performances and solo play achievements, I think it can be put plain and simply:
he can just play anything.
He is the tournament player.
Maliszewski is the greatest tournament player of all time.
Ah, fuck. I can't even counter tie. There's so many badges. "58-page script."
I think he has like 2.6 thousand #1 scores.
Okay, so we'll have about 3,000 by the time this is posted.
Yeah, this will take a bit, but...
How many does he have? 4,000? Yeah. Beautiful video. I think there's nothing else left. Dude. Actually crazy. We need to leave a peak comment. I had like an idea 20 minutes ago. 29,000 videos. 29,000 views. Oh, dude, to be fair, I probably also people that are like saving it up, because I watched it. I saw it released the minute it released. I saw it having like 20 views. I was there when it got released, but I didn't watch it for 3 weeks because I had like shit to do, other stuff to do, other maps to play. I finally did it. Now we need to leave a good comment. 12 episode seasonal anime. I sleep. 4 hour per video about Malice Lace with peak and crisp editing. Hold up, let me cook. With crisp and peak editing, with peak and crisp editing, with some jokes sprinkled around real shit. Also, then, by the way, I will be uploading these on my uploading my reaction on my what channel. Alright. That's a good comment. Let's watch this last 7 seconds. Just for like for it to be over. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good thing the tournament scene is well documented. Dude, thank God. Like, some matches were missing, but like, honestly, it's worth it. Now you might ask, why did I go into this scene? Why didn't I like watch it while watching the last seconds while playing on the map? Well, because I'm exactly at 14,999 gold S ranks. Let me check on my Osu profile just to be sure. But there it is. 14,999. So, the stream doesn't end here. We are still playing one last map. Maybe a couple more. Do we play one map or do we play more maps? What do you think, guys? My internet went out? Why does Stream Element say that? You guys see that, right? You guys see that, right? Why did Stream Element shout at do this again? What the heck? Interesting, I guess. But we play another map. Now, what map do we play? You didn't see your comment? Oh, really? Didn't you? You had to. b1rch. Maliszewski. Dude, you're just blind, probably. You're just blind. Your Wi-Fi. Ah! Was it actually like dawn? Damn. Damn. Well, on my OBS, I'm still okay. We're still okay. Am I really like just? Did I really just go like? Dude, I really like just. No way. Just go. My internet went out. That's so stupid. I guess you will watch the last couple minutes on my watch channel. I still record locally, so that's good. But we need one more map, guys. What do you think? What map do we play for the last map? Has to be something easy. Oh, you got b1rch permission to upload the reaction. Yeah. I got permission to react to it, but I don't know if I get to upload it. Let me check. b1rch Osu. b1rch documentary. Let's go maliszewski. Better ask beforehand, Emo. Yeah, true. I mean, I can't speak English. I got permission to actually react to it, though. But yeah, I will ask him on Twitter. How do I? What is the best way to reach him? Does anyone know? Twitter, right? b1rch. It's out. I think I actually like left a comment here as well. Not here though. I believe in here.
Super tall, bro, and like it's super intimidating when he has so many bodyguards around him. And he came in, I was so nervous, but when he stuck his hand out,
true. Yeah, okay. I will play the last map, and then I will afterwards I will ask him. Let's play the last map. What will it be? Anyone has an idea? I wanna play it on Yoshi. The 2017. This one. So the another death. Okay, DT it? Can I see it? Probably not, right? Let's play the... We play one of these. Now we play this one. That's right. We can get an A rank though, right? Also, this is the wrong fucking scene. It's this one. Oh my god, there's my webcam is back. My hand cam. Hello guys. Alright. Hello? My screen froze? It's so stupid. Monitor. Okay. Let's see. Last map. Dude, I forgot the background. Dim 97. I believe I was on 97 or like 96. Oh fuck, I played 1 star like 4 hours long. I cannot play a 6 star right now. Maybe like another map. We play just a lower difficulty on like another set. Nah, we play exhaust difficulty. Let's play this one. such a good song. Let's go. 15,000. We did it, guys. Let's go. Take a screenshot here, take a screenshot there. I'm an expert at making screenshots, man. Look at my profile and come buckets, man. I am ejaculating like constantly. You cannot see, but I'm kidding. I've got 8 and Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you doing here? You're so late. I wanted to just like end stream. My internet went out, so it looks like I just went live like 7 minutes ago, but I was streaming for like 4 hours now. But yeah, alright, let me go to the bot actually just to ask the bot comment because I like it much more like that way. I was to 15k gold S ranks. Bam 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 Twitter. Crazy, thank you so much. Do this, then we add another one, which is the screenshots go down. I have so many screenshots, man. Jesus, I have 2,000 screenshots in here. We do this. No, we put that away. Bam. Do we also put a screenshot of this, like right, like this way? I think we do, right? It's like so weird without my banner. I think this should be good, right? 15k gold S ranks right after finishing b1rch malice video. Right, posten. And now we rate somebody. Hello, post. Okay, thank God. And now we rate somebody. Who do we rate though? Who do we rate? Also, I'm gonna quickly go to b1rch just to like I can ask him. Alright, who's live? Oh my God, Wolf is live. Do we rate Wolf? Woof. Woof. Is there anyone else like not completionist? No, right? Don't think so. Malice? Is Malice live? Is he still live? Like 4 hours ago he went live. Is he still there? Yeah, he is. Wow. Yeah, that's right. Let's rate him. It's so fitting. What's his name? Malish. That the like uppercase name. So good. What's he doing? He's doing math. Is that math homework? Can this ad go away? No. Dude, he looks so good here. Look at this man. He's so handsome. Like, look at this guy. Right. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah. We rate maliszewski. Hope you're doing well. At least for the rest of the day. I will probably go live the next couple of days again because I have like a 2-week. Shut up. I have like a 2-week break now, so I'm chilling balls, man. So yeah. See you tomorrow, or maybe a couple days, because I do have like a 3-year test for my driver's license on Tuesday, so I probably have to learn for that. But yeah, thank you so much for sticking around. See ya later.